Hello and welcome back to Rolex Play, where we roll dice and we play games. You've joined us for our weekend campaign, Sunday campaign of Still Hearts. Here we have pretty much everyone except for two people, so that means we're three people, so that's not everyone. We have Leonie, we have Robbie, and we have Cassie, the three musketeers, and then you have me, the +1. So, seeing as we're a few of us today, what we're going to do is we're going to have a recap. Instead of myself, it'll be done by the lovely Robbie, who's up there.
Thank you, Max. So last session, the party made a plan early in the morning. Well, around 3 in the morning, I believe, to masquerade as some down on their luck people, either homeless or other professions, to go try to find some clues about Thudane's sister's case of these priests whose name of the church I forgot because I forgot to write it down because I didn't know how to spell it. But you'll forgive me. And while doing so, they split into freaking 5 groups. Everyone was separated. I don't know what to say. With I was first. So Ven found out that there would be a raid onto the barracks in the city with the people from these slums kind of starting a small, not revolution, what's the other word for that?
Like a revolt.
Rebellion?
Siege?
Yeah, revolt, thank you. And then they would be doing so very... They did not have any weapons for a siege.
Like trebuchets and catapults.
But they would be doing so soon, and kind of based on the things these people were saying to Van while he was in disguise, it seemed to have been orchestrated by a familiar face, kind of familiar name. Skipping over to what Fennel was doing, he overheard a conversation between a big shark person and who we know to be Gil, and he got to see a little bit of his face too, talking about how they were going to, I believe, kill the prisoners while this was all happening, without besmirching Gil's name, but also keeping things hush hush and blaming it on the people from the slums, the peasants, quote unquote. And then Thorn spotted another familiar face from the ship. Great! Who we know to be Deplore, the man with the fancy mask, who seemed to have been working with Gil, who then started to sneak off while all of this was happening. And Thorn decided to follow while the rest of the party gathered, with no dead people in an alleyway whatsoever. Not at all. To try to stop this revolt or attack on the barracks. Thorn found out that Diplo was there to kill the prisoners while the revolt was kind of a distraction to get the guards out of the building. The rest of the party managed to, in their own special ways, take away these weapons that the people had, except for one, which fired off onto one of the fire giants and turned them into dust, basically. Disintegrated them pretty much immediately. After which, both Ven and Thudane fired at that person, and he also turned to dust. Great success. Things kind of went to chaos there. Some people started getting arrested, some started to flee. I believe Sienna and Thudane went to this now collapsed station to figure out what was going on because Thudane showed his license. Thorn was meanwhile confronting Deplore, who she had struck a deal with, kind of, or was blackmailed by him to not reveal her location to a certain someone. And in return, he would give her information about her past or her tribe, apparently. Afterwards, yeah, Van and Finale kind of hid in an alleyway away from the guards just in case there was a misunderstanding. And that's where we kind of left off.
Very cool. Very
Oh,
cool.
yeah, and the building collapsed.
Yes! There was a fucking bomb!
All of the prisoners were killed, and part of the building was destroyed in that, not necessarily explosion, but corrosion.
Yeah. It wasn't a bomb.
But yeah, very good recap, Robbie. Can we give Robbie a round of applause?
Oh, thank you.
Yes, very good job.
Thank you.
Golf claps.
Wow.
We may do this again. We may never do this again. But what we will do is play D&D. So,
Yay.
as what has just happened, there is a bit of a buzz around on the top layer of Alexia. There's people walking around. There's people halted in their tracks. Many of the people that are walking around at this moment are guards. You see guards, both humanoid in regular garb, others that are wearing these exoskeletons that make them the same stature as a giant. They are corralling and bringing groups of people who were part of this revolt and trying to start some sort of questioning. Above, still flying and kind of looming over the entire space where this has happened and slowly outreaching and creating a perimeter, you see 3 fire giants, all 3 of them female, flying around with this glowing fiery hair as they just begin to patrol in the sky. In the center of the spot where the barracks was destroyed, directly above it, there is this huge pitch black steel airship. Nothing as large or glamorous as the Cavalier that you had been on before, but instead something intimidating, but also sleek, built to withstand heavy damage, whilst also showing a decorum to it, blending military might with beauty and design. Aboard it, you can see giants, fire giants, moving around back and forth. If a ship is big enough for a giant to hold, it's massive in scale. But at the bottom, you can see some sort of investigation is taking place at this barracks. There are some prisoners that are being taken out, some that are being moved around, and others who are just being watched very carefully by the guards. Sienna and Thodane, the 2 of you, are kind of walking through this space alongside the 2 giants that had kind of apprehended you previously. Upon showing the badge, they have now just had you idly by their side. But we're going to focus on, first and foremost, Van. Van, you have seen the chaos that has taken place. You have emerged from your hiding spot alongside Finale, and you've noticed, leaving a set of stairs, both Thorn and Diplor, 2 of them kind of holding themselves to the wall, not standing in sight, keeping themselves somewhat hidden. With your perception check you rolled before, you also noticed that across Diplor's silvery mask, there is drips of blood just kind of stained across. That would probably need some sort of polishing to get out. But from your eyes, seems fresh. And there are flakes on his suit as well. And he doesn't wear the same kind of black dining wear that he had on the Cavalier. He is wearing very kind of tightly bound leather strips around his body, all in like a darker color. Perfect for skulking and sneaking around. The silvery mask is the only thing that shines on his body, and it's in that shine and the moonlight where you see him kind of refract and hit your gaze. At this point, just as a general note. The sun has begun to rise in the distance, but there are still a few more minutes before it's beginning to illuminate the complete surroundings. Is there anything you wish to do, Ben?
So I do see Thorn.
You
with
see
him.
Thorn alongside, yeah. No longer... You hadn't seen her transform into the were-tiger, so she's still in her same state. Humanoid.
How far are they from us right now?
They're, let's say, about 100 feet away.
I'm gonna cast message to Thorn,
Mhm.
seeing the blood on his face. Are you all right? What is he doing? Are you safe?
Thorn will gonna try and find Ven through the crowd.
I'm not in the crowd, to be fair.
Are
I'm
you-
in an alleyway.
Fair enough. But do I even hear it? Does
Yeah,
the-
you hear her
Okay.
voice.
Okay. So the tiger's not being that much of a bitch. Okay. I'm gonna respond back like sort of rushed and panicked. She just says, I got cornered by some guys. Diplor helped me. It's all fine.
He's gonna cast another message. Are they like across the street, or how is
Yeah.
this?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Okay. I'm across the street if you wanna meet up with me and Fennel. So Dane and San have gone to with the guards.
Thorn again tries looking for you across the street. You can tell she's like a bit high strung, a bit nervous. Her eyes are a bit wider than normal and she's looking around. But she just says, right, I'll try and find you. Just stay where you are.
I'm waving. It's like, oh wait, I'm invisible. Turns out invisible. Hey.
Right. I want to look around real quick to see if I can find Sienna and Thodane, and if I can't, then I'll go over to
Okay,
Ven. Or
roll
I'll
a-
see what Diplor does.
Roll a perception check then.
Gotcha. I heard deception for some reason.
Perception.
Oh no, that's bad.
They are across the way, and you have no idea of what's happened up here. You weren't a part of the skirmish. You were inside the building, and you hadn't seen what happened to the building either after the fact. And with the presence of fire giants in the sky, lights being illuminated, you having been somewhat of an accomplice in all of this, just because of being there, you start to kind of have this thought that enters your mind, which is should I have stopped him? Why didn't I
Yeah.
stop him?
She's having a very "this is my fault" kind of moment by herself. Great. What's Diplor doing? Is he just walking away? Is he just being chill? Like, what's
You can see he's
Oh.
currently like leaning against the shadows. He's
Mhm.
kind of like keeping his face outside of any sunlight and any shining flames. And he looks to you. Let me know if the coast is clear and we can start heading to a little rendezvous viewpoint where I can, well, hide away for a little bit, let things cool off.
Is he telling me to bring him somewhere, or does he have a rendezvous point?
He seems to have a rendezvous point, but he's asking
Okay,
for you to look out first.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll start doing that.
Okay.
Man, did I just lie to Ven? I can't even remember what I said.
Yeah, you did lie to
Roll,
me.
Fuck.
roll a survival check. For...
Oh, shit. My bad. I'm sorry, Robbie. I didn't know. Okay.
As you're looking around,
What the fuck? What the fuck
I love this game.
is up?
the perfect
What is
accomplice.
up?
You
Fuck. Ah.
you begin to look around and you find
Mhm.
a trail where no one is treading. You can
Okay.
see there is a breakpoint between the guards. There is a slow movement of them creating a larger perimeter. They seem to be making almost like a circular formation around the center point of this barracks, leading out of the residential area. But to get there, there is plenty of alleyways, dark, shadowy areas where you can use to your advantage and kind of slink away fairly quickly. You see Diplor, as he's kind of waiting for you to examine the area, he just begins to say, yeah, we want to get out of here as soon as possible. There's going to be a bit of a, well, you don't want to be down there for a while. Their eyes are going to be peeled, and they're going to be looking for someone. And I don't want to throw anything to the wind, but you and me, Thorn, we're in this now together.
Fuck. Fuck. I fucked up, guys. I fucked up. Okay, real quick, through the alleys, is there a way we can pass Ven?
Yeah,
all?
I'd say so. With a nat 20, yeah, why not?
Okay. Done that fucking 20. Okay. I'm gonna just say, follow me, and I'll go and I'll how do I do this? I want to try and skirt past Ven.
Mhm.
And I sort of want to like I can't talk to them because are you guys out in the open? Is Ben out in the
They're in
open?
an
We're
alleyway.
not.
They're hiding.
We're in an alleyway. Yeah.
Okay. Um. Fuck.
But like a big Gil was here written on the wall right
Yes.
next to us.
You
Oh
see,
yeah.
And
you see
shit,
Fennell.
like,
that's
Fennell is
add
kind of
more
looking
clothes or
around.
something.
Ben, I think we should get out of here.
Need to wait for
Yeah.
Thorn.
All right. That's not a good sign. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Robbie. I have to leave.
I did see her, right? Like
You
I'm
did, yeah.
actually seeing her walking
Yes.
away from me after she said.
Yeah. I'll just Did I find Ven with my eyes at all? Like I saw him, right?
With your nat 1 and everything that's going
No.
on, I think you may have maybe spotted them at one point, but you're kind of like looking around, and it's kind of like they're there somewhere, but you're not sure of the specific location.
Man, I really wish I had sending. we gotta find a way around that, guys. Let's start planning about that. Anyways, I'll book it. I'll go down the alleyways and
Okay.
I'll tell him when it's clear.
Sure.
Thorn.
I'm being blackmailed. I hate
All right.
this.
You just begin to rush into the alleyways.
Okay.
Fennell goes up to you then. Have you seen anyone else? And
I've seen Thorn, but she just scurried off with Dipler. I don't know what's going on.
with
She said she made a
with who?
Diplor.
Oh, that the guy with the mask.
Yeah, from the ship.
What's
He
he
said he
doing
was-
here?
I don't know. He said, or she said that he was being suspicious, but he helped her out apparently when she was cornered. I don't know what's going on.
Are you sure she's not in danger?
Is there any insight thing
You
I
should
could
have
roll to
incited
see?
me earlier.
Well, I don't know if I can insight over message. To be fair,
Fair enough.
If you want, then you can roll an insight check to get the demeanor of both of them as they're kind of scurrying away.
okay.
I'll give you advantage since
Oh.
Fennell will be helping you in this.
Okay. 19.
Okay.
Damn.
You can see that there is an air of trouble around them. They both seem cautious, hiding from the authorities, seemingly for a reason. You had also seen that the barracks had corroded away because of nothing. So you can start kind of piecing together some things here and there. As well, Diplor has no emotion across his face. Seeing him in this kind of state that he's in, wearing all of these kind of darkened leathers and keeping to the shadows very masterfully, you're getting more of the mercenary vibes, and seeing as all of this is quite coincidental, you're starting to kind of go, he was probably involved somehow, but why is Thorn helping him? Is the question that seems to be racking your mind.
I think we should follow them. I don't like how this looks. Plus, Sienna's gonna kill both of us if something happens to Thorn, so...
Okay, yeah, let's do it then. Let's try and chase them down.
Okay.
Joe tells Sienna first, or literally her.
Is she
She's getting
far
away.
away, though?
Sienna, if you want to try and message, you can get a little bit closer. Up to you.
Would getting a little closer put me in danger?
There's only one way to find out.
Then no.
Okay.
She'll live. She doesn't need to know about it, guys. You know.
Oh, what?
It's fine. Like, we'll bring Thorn back, and then she won't have to worry for no reason. It's all good.
Don't jinx us, Robbie. Don't jinx us. Now we know damn well something's gonna happen. Fuck you.
No. It'll all be fine.
Okay. Then you begin to follow suit. Because Thorn and Diplor are both skulking and hiding, they're going to roll stealth checks, and you will need to roll a perception or investigation checks to try and keep track. I'll also allow survival if you want to use survival instead.
I will take survival.
Okay, I will roll for Frey. See, I think investigation is probably going to be his best.
He gets a fucking 20.
Investigation?
I'm
No, it's not
leaving.
investigation.
Watch. It's gonna be a
Perception.
nut 20.
Survival?
Gonna be a nerd. Fuck.
No, they're all the same. They're all +2s.
What kind of a rogue?
Right, let's do investigation. Okay.
Ah, I win.
You're not supposed to
And-
win in this situation.
I will also roll
sorry.
d20 for Diplor. Okay.
It's just that I have it. I'm used to rolling bad and everybody making fun of me.
Then you and Fennel begin to follow suit, sticking to the shadows and making your way as close as you can without being too... Are you trying to hide from them as well? Are you trying to make your presence hidden, or...
For now, yes. Because he doesn't
Okay.
know what Diplor's up to.
I would like you to just roll a stealth check as well.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
And I'm going to do
But
one
it's
for
true.
Fennel as
What?
well.
What?
Leave me alone! I
That-
had a shit session
That is
last time.
bull. That's so bull.
And then a d4 as well for...
What?
We're one with the shadows,
This is
bro.
bullshit. This is
Uh,
so
We're
bullshit.
invisible.
This
It's
is
mine.
bull.
It's -1, so it's only 27, because I didn't realize he had it
Oh,
automatically
yeah,
in there.
sure. Fuck you.
So the
This is
two
bullshit.
of you, Fennel and Ven, maintain that close proximity, but on occasion there is kind of a break, and you kind of lose track a little bit as you're continuing to kind of hide and move through these kind of closed cul-de-sacs and areas. You've now, all four of you, have left the boundary, the kind of cordoned off space that the fire giants have put in place. You can see, as you've now exited, there is a ring of fire that wraps around the entire residential space in which this crime was committed. As you make it to the other side, you can see the odd person that was in this revolt who has tried to run, same as you guys have, make it to this wall, and you see them trying to get out of it, but it is like a fiery dome, and you see they kind of look around. And as soon as they touch that dome, they themselves are illuminated in this underglow of red light. And they themselves become beacons as they begin to look around and run through the shadows as they've now been tagged. As soon as that red light illuminates, you watch one of the female fire giants flying in the sky appear overhead, and you just watch as they descend downwards. And the lights are no longer, as they have been apprehended. And as you are hiding now on the other side, there is a moment where you see this female fire giant looking out past the dome and just making sure that no stragglers made it out. She's going to make a perception check.
Oh, thank fuck.
You just watch as these fiery eyes look around, charcoal skin, and then continue with what she was doing before. In this moment when you're running through, you've lost track of them momentarily then. And Thorn, you see Diplor just kind of hold you back a minute. All right. I think we're away from them now. I think we should be fine to get involved in the morning as everyone starts to wake up. This whole thing's gonna wake up some people a little earlier than they expected, so it'll make a nice little disguise if we start integrating ourselves into the general population.
I'm gonna do another perception check because if he thinks we're fine, we're definitely being followed. Because he didn't know I was following him last session.
Sure, go for it.
Okay. I do want to say that in character, but I think I'm just gonna chill. Perception. There we go.
Can you even roll? Oh, never mind. I was gonna say,
What?
can you even
What were
roll
you
over
gonna
a
say?
28? I was gonna say,
Hmm?
can you roll over a 28?
I'm not
Shade.
listening to you. I'm not listening.
You see your tracks are well hidden, and you kind of turn for a moment. You don't see anyone following. But now you begin to see that the streets are now beginning to awaken. You see the lights that were illuminated as the sun was just barely rising all turn off in these homesteads as people now leave their homes, ready for a day. You find yourself on kind of like the main promenade, just to the side of it, not the main road, but just kind of one alleyway in. And you can see people start walking around. People have noticed this dome of fire, as well as the large airship floating in the sky. And you can see that begins to become the topic of conversation for most of them. You just hear them go, "What the hell? Why is that out here? What's going on?" And you just hear all of this kind of talk back and forth. Diplor just looks at you, kind of making a double check on the surroundings. "Don't trust me? I said there's no one following us, so..."
Yeah, but I followed you easily. So either you have really bad eyesight, or you're just stupid.
Let's just say that it's stupidity, because my accuracy is pretty spot on.
So you admit to being stupid? Never heard that before.
Well, sometimes you have to be a bit gracious. Come on, we're not all smart. We don't all know everything that's going on. One thing I still don't understand is why you're helping me. Your past is really that muddled up that you're willing to do anything to find out the little pieces, hey?
She doesn't say anything.
Oh, please, come on. Why are you being so quiet? We're alone. You can talk. Let it all out. What's going to change? You're not going to hurt my feelings. And you certainly aren't going to change those that died in the fucking prison, are you? What's done is done. The past is the past. Move forward. And forget about whatever happened. I thought you would understand. I can see the scars. You've been through shit.
Shut up.
Have I struck a nerve?
Stop.
Well, I don't know. I'm a bit stupid, so I might keep talking.
Where's the rendezvous point? Let's get this over with.
Well, about that. You sure you want to really get involved further? Because if you know my spots, then that means you're involved in a bigger thing. You understand?
I understand.
Because I've just heard word up in here that my little dealings have made things slightly closer. I was meant to be meeting someone tomorrow sometime, perhaps this evening, but they want to meet now. And that now is in the rendezvous point. So you tell me, you want to be there? Because if you show face, you're involved. 100%. And that ain't me being stupid. That's me being very cautious and knowing what's involved. And like I said, I'm very truthful. Any questions you have, at this point, Ven and Fennel, the two of you arrive, hearing the conversation. If there's any conversations you wish to have, anything you wish to know, questions about pretty much anything, you did me a favor, so I'll do you a favor too. And I just want to make it clear that I honor these sorts of relationships. Because, Thorn, you weren't going to stop me leaving that prison, okay? I want to make that clear. I gave you the choice, and you made the right decision. So what's it going to be?
What can you tell me about this? And then she shows her symbol. And do you know why he's obsessed with it?
Well, I don't know why your friend is obsessed with this. Your little friend, he's a sick individual. He's not right. And when I say he's not right, he's just pure wrong. This guy isn't a guy. This is something more. His infatuation for people is disgusting. He's got secrets on secrets that I don't even understand. But your people are very rare. So rare, in fact, that when I first saw you, although you hid it, I recognized the pink hair. You were much younger then. And he took pleasure in what he did. I try to avoid any sorts of jobs for him because You never want to be indebted to him. But your people, they're different. And I think that's why he liked you.
Wait, what do you mean? You saw me when I was younger. What does that mean?
I've been around for a long time. Not longer than most, but long. I've got a special set of skills that a lot of people like. I can get information quick, and I can find things even quicker. I've been to his prison. He calls them labs, laboratories. They're prisons. I've seen what he's done, and I've seen what he's capable of. And I've also seen you in his care. There were 2 others with you, no? You were a little side project he had. 3 of you. The way that he explained it was 1 of you were nothing. 1 of you were something. And the other was everything. Sick, sadistic fucker. I never knew which one was which, though. But he certainly had an infatuation for yourself. I could see his eyes linger. But yeah, your people are special. And you want to keep discussing this here, or do you want to go somewhere else? I got somewhere to be.
Thorn again looks around. She just says, "Do you remember where my lab was?"
He never stayed in one place. That doesn't mean I haven't kept track of where he is.
I won't go with you to the rendezvous, but if you'll allow, I'd like to keep in contact with you.
That's your decision. And I'm not going to change that. Well, what are you going to say if they come for you and question you and ask you about what happened today? What's going to be your response?
I'll think about it. But that's between me and the guards.
Well, you better start thinking, because they'll come. If there's anything that Alexir is known for, is subtlety and persistence. All of these noble houses are fighting for something. And if one of them falls slack, the other's going to try and reach up and take some sort of advantage. This little event that transpired today is going to make moves to every house around. There's no one leader. There never has been. Everyone fights each other for something more. It's an endless cycle of chaos. You just gotta look out for yourself. Because in the end of the day, kingdoms come and go. And you see he's going to give you a nod. If you want to know more about your people, reach out and maybe we can have a discussion. And he begins to walk off, joins the crowd, and at one point, he just blends in to the streets of people walking back and forth.
I think Thorn just sort of just stands there for a second with her hands shaking, and she's just trying to steady her breath while watching him leave. And then she just presses herself up against a wall, hyperventilating.
Mm-hmm. Then, you, with Fennel, have seen pretty much the entire conversation. Fennel kind of looks to you as to what to do next.
Ven's firstly gonna put away the gun into the bag of holding. I definitely didn't forget I had.
Just comes
Which
out,
definitely
just
would
like,
have been
hey,
useful
what
last
was that?
session.
Yeah.
Bro, I was ready. If he was trying to do some shady shit, Ven was gonna pull up and be like, put them hands in the air.
The sorcerer shaking. Please give
Hard
up.
entering a lightning bolt, you know?
Don't move! For the love of God, don't move! I don't know what this thing does.
This is a citizen arrest, and I'm not even a
I
citizen.
don't want to find out what this
I am
does.
very afraid to use it, but I'll do it regardless.
You miss and you hit me. Oh man! If you had done that, I would.
Oh no.
I would have
Perfect.
actually found you, Robbie. Let's just say, if you had done that, I would have actually found you.
I would have done that. Anyway,
Hey, but
Ven's
Cassie, we
gonna...
would get to play our new characters.
No! After all that shit that he just dropped, I don't want to play a new character. What
No.
is wrong with you?
Okay. Do we hear her like hyperventilating?
Yeah, you see her in full. She's kind of maybe placed herself against the wall a bit more to where the shadow is a bit closer and just kind of there leaning against it, catching her breath, trying to compose herself.
Ven's gonna like kind of gesture for Fennel to wait there for a second to not crowd Thorn. And he's gonna slowly approach Thorn.
She whips around in a panic quickly with her blade out instinctually. But when she sees it's Sven, she sort of just like falters and drops the blade.
Hey.
Oh.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's not what I didn't. He made me. I didn't know what to do.
It's okay. It's okay. He's gone now. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?
No, I'm fine.
Ben's gonna reach out his hand slowly for her to take.
She, shaky hands, takes it, but she's just shaking, and she looks very afraid.
She's gonna hold her hand like with both hands. You're okay. I heard some of the conversation between the two of you.
What did you hear? What exactly?
The last few bits about what he was like. We didn't mean to intrude, we were just worried.
I think after hearing that they heard about him, or just hearing him mentioned, she just like buckles and she just starts crying.
Ben's gonna like slowly wrap his arms around her to give her a hug, carefully, in case she doesn't want to be touched. Hey. I have no words that I think could help comfort you about what he's done. But I hope you know that every single one of us will try our best to keep you safe from him. I promise. I'll try my best. People
I
like
think-
him, they're monsters.
You go ahead, sorry.
He's just gonna pat her head a little bit.
And I think that Thorn, she doesn't cry for long, she just cries for a bit, but she's really just like tucked into Ven's chest and just holding her arms close to herself, and just like she seems honestly just in this traumatized state, and she doesn't know what to do.
It's gonna keep holding her for a bit. I know. It's always going to be difficult, but I'll be there for you. We all will. And if you'll need be, we'll find him. He's gonna
just-
like scoop her up.
Oh, can he? I know
You're
I
not
know
that
Thorn,
heavy.
I know Thorn's like a stick, but like
Well, he's
Good.
also he's
Fair
not the
enough.
strongest, but he's tall. He has some
makes up for some of
Lanky strength.
yeah.
I mean, I guess Thorn will accept.
Oh, that is my alarm. I apologize.
You're
I
all
need
good.
to take my medicine, but don't worry about it.
Okay.
He's
What's
gonna
that
scoop
alarm?
her up. Shut up, okay? The
Okay.
only one I can hear.
They're coming.
He's gonna
Quick.
scoop her up slowly.
Hmm.
Walk over to Fennel. I think we should.
Whilst that conversation has been happening, you've noticed turning back around to find Fennel, but he's not standing there. Instead, you catch him climbing back down from the top of the roof of the building. And he kind of looks to you. Is everything okay? I thought it'd be best if I kept an eye on where he went. It looks like he's gone to some place in the heart of the city.
I don't exactly know what's going on, but I think it's best if we lay low for a bit. Wait for Dane and Sienna to come back.
No.
Give us.
You should go after him. One of us at least should, just so we don't lose him.
Are you sure? Where is he going?
He didn't tell me where, but I sort of like look at Fennel,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't say his name. Well, would I know? I don't think I would. That saying his name would. Well, okay. But I'll just tell him that he's going to meet the guy. G.
So he was involved.
I can't let him know that it was me. You'll have to act as if you found this on your own.
And kind of looks at Fennel.
Mm-hmm. You can see that Fennel kind of is listening, but he's also kind of looking past you a little bit. And as you kind of look to see what he's looking at, you just see a glass reflection of a window nearby of a residence building. nothing there. But you see, he just kind of looks at it for a moment. Well, it looks like if we do want to keep track of where he's going, there's a place in the heart of the valley. I couldn't tell what the building was called. I think we flew past it on the Swift Drifters. I think it's called the Botanical Tonic.
I believe I've seen it.
If we want to try and follow him, that seems to be where he is.
Should all of us go?
I can't go with you. I kind of made a deal with Diplor. I still need his help. I can't let him know that it was me. He might.
I'll go. I'll go.
just-
Are you sure? I can go with you.
No, it's okay. It'll be easier if I go by myself, because if something happens, then at least I can get out fairly quickly. It's harder to get two people out than one.
Won't he recognize you?
Why
Knows
would
you're
he?
associated with Thorn, doesn't he?
Well,
don't
yeah,
know.
because we were all technically at the masquerade, not the masquerade, the ball together. He was sitting at our table. Maybe I'm speaking out of character, but
I'm still wearing my disguise, so
and maybe you could act as if you're acting alone, not with us.
yeah, I can try. I'll try and just keep quiet and see what I can see. But it's better if one person does that than two or three.
I'll bring Thorn back and I'll be somewhere in between the tonic and Thudane's place. I'll wait for you if anything happens.
Okay. Yeah, sounds like a plan. He gives a slight smile and, okay, well, I'll go now so we don't lose track of him. And hope you're okay, Thorn. And then he'll head
Do
off.
you want the gun?
Well,
No, I don't want the gun.
Okay.
Don't know. That thing scares me. I think I killed a guy.
Oh no. I think Thorn will just say like more
Multiple
than one.
guys.
I think Thorn will just say before he leaves, just like, don't get dead. That's
Okay,
the story.
well,
I
fish
see.
isn't on the menu today. And then he'll leave.
That's so dumb.
That was a character.
It was absolutely. Frey would have said that 100%.
Yeah.
Ben's kind of holding Thorn like, do you want me to keep holding you or carrying you back home? Or
She's contemplating it for a second. Just for a little bit. Just keep walking. I'll tell you when to put me down.
okay. Keeps going.
This
This
is
is the
Cat.
biggest arm workout Ben's had in the past 10 years.
whenever like Thorn can see Ben's like she's like, okay, you could put me
Going
down.
up the
This is weird."
stairs and his hands are shaking.
in heels.
Like a big
In
inhale
heels.
before each step.
And it's
I was
just
like,
3
okay.
steps.
Okay.
This is weird now. Get off of me.
So as you
This is
are
weird.
carrying Thorn home for about 10 minutes, and then Thorn just walks.
10 minutes. That's longer than I thought he'd last.
What the hell?
Sienna,
Yeah.
in the aftermath of what's happened, you are currently standing flanked by 3 giants and 2 humans. One seems to be a tiefling, the other a human. The 5 of them total are currently walking alongside both you and Thodane through the entranceway of the barracks. And you can see that areas of it are kind of crumbled in on themselves. Where you can look to the left, the building looks pristine and well kept, as though nothing has changed. You then look to your right, and you can see the whole thing looks to have aged 1,000 years and corroded to almost nothing. You head off into the direction of where the crumbling took place, and you hear the giants mutter to themselves. Do you speak giant?
No, I don't.
Okay. You hear them just kind of talking, seemingly examining the space as you continue through. And then you see the bodies to your left. You see a cell, the bars bent, broken. These bodies that are here are even the flakiest remains of bone, pretty much turning to almost bone dust. You can see elements of them have metal fastenings like restraints. You can see one of them seems to be holding some sort of like item, perhaps some sort of rusted blade that they had, but it's completely rusted over and bent and warped. And you can see there's just quite a few of them here, different sizes and arrangements, but none have survived whatever was in this space. You can see Thodane is currently with you, and he's just kind of looking around, slightly shocked. What does Sienna do?
Sienna is, first of all, suppressing all of her emotions right now. She's just focusing on keeping it together and also keeping an eye on Thadane because of the breakdown he had last session. So she's just making sure that if that comes back, she's there to help. And she's also trying to look at the situation without emotion. So she's essentially trying to go, okay, I can deal with this after. We have to find out what happened first. And maybe find survivors. Stuff like that.
Okay, just roll a performance or persuasion check at advantage.
Those are not equally bad. I thought they'd be equally bad. Oh! That's a nat 20! The game has just decided that Sienna is that good at not expressing her emotions, that it's just supporting all of my bullshit when it comes to this.
She is the mama bear.
That is so sad.
That is sad.
That is so sad.
Sienna, you hold yourself very well, and as you're kind of going through this scenario with all of the giants, you make a few remarks here and there, and you see that the humanoid guards next to you kind of take it on board, and they seem to be nodding in agreement. And then you watch one of the guards, one of the fire giants that was kind of leading this, turn in point, and he'll look at the two of you. You, come with me. He gestures to you, Sienna.
Yes.
We're going to take a little walk and a conversation of what happened. Please.
Alright. I'm just gonna head this off though. I don't have all the information. Most of it was gathered by other members of my group, so I'll have some gaps.
And where are they now?
I would love to know. I hope they're safe.
So one of the other giants, he gestures over to one of them, and you see they kind of nod, and they begin to take Thodane in the opposite direction. The two of you split up as this giant kind of leads you to another space. Walking through, you've left now the disheveled, broken hall, where there are not just the prisoners that were attacked that night, but also other cells that have been corroded and the people inside them as well hurt. You see giants inside of them who have been killed during this process. And you're also watching guards beginning to evacuate some of the other prison cells. And there seems to be just a flood of people around at the moment. He keeps walking with you. So why did you find it in your interest to partake in last night's affairs?
Well, we've recently started working with the Dane Neath. He's an investigator, as he's already told you. He's taken us on. And we were investigating a case when one of our members, Vanessa, she stumbled across recruiters for this massacre. And after getting all the information, she told us. And we rushed here as soon as we could. But, well, we tried our best. We couldn't prevent all of it.
He stops at one point and opens the door to his side. Large metallic door opens up and he gestures for you to walk in. You see inside a fairly barren, stark room without much interior-wise, but instead a table and a set of chairs. Do not worry, this is only precautionary measures to ensure that we are not being listened to.
No, I understand. I know how this goes.
Closes the door behind as both of you are now inside of this interrogation chamber. He pulls, as he walks up to the table and chairs. The room is huge, and the set of chairs and tables almost match that same size. As he begins to walk to it, he reaches and grabs the chair and pulls it back. As you find it almost incredibly strange to even stand or jump up to a chair of that height, you begin to walk closer nonetheless, and you find almost your height becoming bigger, or the furniture becoming smaller. There is almost a meeting of the middle, and as soon as you sit in the chair, you're almost the same height as the fire giant, or perhaps he is the same height as you. You sit down, and he pushes the chair in. He then walks around and sits in his chair. The two of you are about the same height, stature. You are of equal playing field in this space. You can see unlike the other giants here, has a bit more of a presence on his armor. He wears a very large breastplate with several sashes across it, and seemingly adornments of some sort of memorabilia, perhaps medals or something to signify importance and stature. With your work and understanding, you get the sense that he is perhaps either a head of a barracks, a general perhaps, but he is of some sort of notoriety.
Mm.
He looks to you, places his hands on the table. So you're not alone. You had friends with you, helping in this escapade.
Yes, we started the night out as 5. One of us wasn't involved in this directly. She parted ways from us before we gathered here.
And you had mentioned hearing of this attack. Why did you find yourselves in such a situation? I don't mean to look at what you wear or ask of your noble status, but you found yourself in a place where you do not belong. Why were you there anyway?
I doubt that this is sensitive to the case, so I might as well share. We were trying to attract the attention of the priests of Avandra. We'd heard that they are active in the slums of Alexir.
Mm-hmm.
Is that how you say it? That is how you say it.
Alexia.
Yeah, you're good.
Alexir. And as we were hoping to find witnesses to the crime that we were investigating, and had heard that in those cycles we would find hints, find evidence, we'd hope to get their attention and have a conversation with them without them realizing of our intent.
And what is it you saw down there? yourself? What did you see? What made you want to act in this situation?
I saw a lot of desperate people. A lot of people who were ready to do whatever it took as long as someone promised them a good outcome. And someone is obviously taking advantage of that. There was a lot of people involved in this tonight. It was a shocking number. And not all of them, nearly none of them, were actual criminals, it seemed to me. They had ramshackle weapons and nearly no experience with them. What I saw was someone taking advantage of the situation the people of your city are in.
There is much of this that happens. No city, not even Alakshir, can look out for every member in their city. It is impossible. There are always going to be 1, 2, 100, 1,000 people who find themselves laying bare and not having the same as everyone else. That is just nature of living beings. We all strive for different things. And as you say, they are very persuaded into different outcomes. One voice is all it takes. But one thing I still do not understand. Your friend, Thodain Neath, and you see he reaches down to his side and pulls out the badge. He had taken Thodain's badge and is looking at it at the moment. This is a tool, for sure, but it does not make you judge and jury or executioner. If you find something, you must tell rather than act yourselves. I can understand if there was not time, but you could have done much more harm than good. There were weapons used that they had never seen before. Some that were created for mass destruction. This is a foul act, and in the wrong hands can lead to devastating consequences, as we have seen today. We have not been able to retrieve such weapons. Did you find any?
Yes. We took... Well, I lost sight of most of them, but I know that Thadain had one. He handed it over to you. I myself had one in hand, but I lost track of it. As ashamed as I am of that. But my friends took priority in that situation.
Who did he give the weapon to?
I didn't give it to anyone. I lost it.
Your friend.
He gave
Where
it to
did
the
you
guards that
put
met
his?
us.
Which guard?
Do I remember?
You remember you remember seeing Thodain very shakily hand it to a guard who seemed to be present on the case, running around.
Yeah.
But as soon as it was handed to him, you don't remember seeing it elsewhere.
Ah, shit.
Son of a bitch.
For fuck's sake.
No, you have not heard of this
she's-
weapon in the care of my guards. The garrison has not reported having one. We had heard there was one destroyed. 2, in fact. And there were a few others missing.
There was 5 in total. We spotted 5 of the men carrying it. We eliminated 4 of them. But I He handed it to a guard. He was dressed in the official uniform.
I will look into this. Was this a giant or humanoid?
Humanoid. He was humanoid.
Then I will look into the right procedures then. Is there anything else you wish to mention of what you had seen that night before the attack?
Whoever orchestrated this must be magically empowered in some way. The people that one of our team talked to, that Vanessa talked to, they died the second after they told her what would happen. And it seemed almost like it was a failsafe. Like as soon as they talked about it, something just snapped and they were dead. There was nothing the two of us could do. So whoever this is, he has to be deeply connected or deeply powerful. I'd be extremely cautious in your investigation, but obviously I don't need to tell you how to do your job. So.
You're very well spoken. You have training?
I do. I was with the guards in the city over in Kosaria for a few years.
Calzeria is much different to Leirons. People are different here,
I've noticed.
but you've handled yourself well. I could always do with an extra hand. Someone who is willing to put themselves in front of others to protect them. If you would like, I offer you part of my garrison. But there will be training first, of course. As I do not know you for certain, but you hold yourself in a very promising position.
I'm honoured by the offer, but I'm afraid I'll have to refuse. I have other obligations, personal obligations, that I currently cannot ignore.
He stands up from his chair. And then we are done today. Thank you very much, miss. And if you spot anything or need anything from Alex Shair, you may come to me. My name is Roygar.
How the fuck do you spell? No, don't tell me. I'm just gonna spell it somehow.
I'll
No, that's
send
correct. Yeah, Sienna also gets up and offers her hand to shake.
Mhm.
Sienna, I wish you best of luck with your investigation. If there's anything else we can help with, just reach out to us. We can always be contacted at Mr. Neves. So.
He gives a nod, and with the two of you being the same stature, the hands connect, clasp, shake, and you can feel that kind of warmth on his skin. And he seems to be grizzled, aged, probably in the later parts of his life as a giant. Cracks under his skin, eyes not burning that same intensity as the younger ones have, but with that comes experience. And he sees a potential in you, and he accepts your hand. And he leads you to the door.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait in the area until Thadane also gets out.
As you wait, you are gestured back to kind of the main spot outside of the barracks. Do not worry. Your friend will be out soon. We are just finishing up some final details in his story. But you are free to go. You may leave. If you wish to leave the dome, you will need permission from the fire giantess. And he gestures up. He kind of brings her back down. She floats to the bottom. And she will allow you exit as soon as you find yourself on the perimeter.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you for looking out for my city. And he continues with what investigation he begins to conduct. After about another 10 or so minutes, you see Thordane exits as well. You can see he holds his badge in hand. He kind of looks
How did it go?
around and looks at you. Did you want to say something?
I was just gonna ask him how it go. Did they ask you any weird questions?
They asked a few questions, a little difficult to answer. I want to give the truth, but not everything. So a little bit difficult. But I think I had to tell him everything that we knew. So as long as you did the same, I think we're okay.
Well, I barely knew anything, so I told them what I knew, but no one's taught me anything, so...
Just told him shit at the fan, really.
Yeah, that's an accurate summary. Did they also ask you about the guard you handed the gun to?
They did, yeah. I gave a bit of a detailed explanation on what they looked like.
Perfect.
They didn't really seem to know who that was. So I suspect foul play. But I don't know. I don't even know if we want to look into this. We need to kind of talk with everyone and see what we want to do. I still got to find.
I hope they're safe.
Yeah, hopefully.
Have you
I've
heard
also
from them?
still got to find priestess that I was talking to before. And there's some sort of shelter somewhere I can find. So hopefully I can follow up that lead. But yeah, we should really find everyone and see what they're doing. Don't want to lose track of. Where the hell was Thorn during all of that?
I don't know. I haven't heard from her in the last... I think Ben mentioned that she talked to them, but she didn't.
Well, where do you think they'll be then? Do you think they'll be back at the shop, or
I'm assuming
it's the only real place we have, isn't
back
it?
there. And yeah, let's head there, and if they're not there, then we still start searching.
All right, let's do that then. You all right?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks for that back there. I wasn't doing too well, so thanks.
I mean, what happened was brutal. But those guns, they're horrible. It's no wonder you were a bit shocked after using one.
Yeah, well, I've never really killed anyone before, so that was a new experience. One I don't want to repeat.
Yeah, no, let's not repeat that.
No.
No. Let's get home.
Yeah, sounds like a plan. I need a drink as well. You begin to head back. You are given access to leave the perimeter as the fire giant just watches you exit and hovers back to their duties. You head back to the space Ven and Thorn, the two of you head back as well. Okay. The four of you reconvene at Thodane's investigative shop. First to arrive is Ven and Thorn, since you're in the area. You see Snowbear just kind of looking out the window, sees the massive dome of light, the ship in the sky, sees the two of you. What the hell's going on down there then?
A lot. Maybe best to talk about it once we're inside.
Kind of looks around. Where's everyone else?
Fennel kind of went off. I'll need to head out soon as well to make sure he's okay. He's gathering out information, and Thordane and Sienna are with the guards, I believe. Should be fine. Showed his badge and license from what I saw.
All right. Hopefully. Yeah, that'll be all right. So he just kind of goes back in. And he just kind of heads in. Doesn't really have much else to say. You enter, find yourself inside, and then Sienna and Thordane follow suit. Four of you rejoin as one once more. Thordane just kind of keeps himself a little bit and just begins to kind of talk to Snowbear, telling him what happened. Snowbear's like listening attentively.
Taking notes.
Yeah, just writing down everything.
Can he write?
Like a
How?
therapist, actually.
With both of his hands. Okay. That makes sense.
So they
like
think
that.
he's relaying the case, but Snowbear's just like actually taking like therapist notes. And needs
What things we
therapy,
need to
duh.
talk about? The murder.
I bet the Snowbear's handwriting is worse than mine. Is worse than Thorn's.
Oh yeah, no,
And
definitely.
she can't even write.
That's why he had to use the stickers.
Ah,
There's been
yeah.
messages before.
Sienna,
There was no mysterious reason behind it. He just was. Yeah, sorry.
Sienna, I kind of have to head out. I need to help Fennel out. I think believe he's going to go spy on whatever's going on with Gil and Deplore. So
Okay.
I'll be somewhere in the halfway between here and where he is, just in case.
Wait. The Triton terrorist is connected to this? How?
I think
doesn't know
he was the
anything.
one organizing all of this. Fennel, he didn't want to know people that he was the one behind this, but Fennel left a message. So I'm gonna go just make sure he's okay and be there in case he needs me to jump in.
Okay.
He's gonna kind
perfect.
of lean in. Thorn's having a bit of a rough time. You wanna, just check up on her.
Yeah, sure. That's. Just be safe, okay?
I will.
Don't do
worry.
anything risky. We've done a lot of risky stuff today. Let's keep it down now.
I will keep it down low. Don't worry.
Okay. Be careful.
Ben's gonna put on a slightly different disguise just in case.
Mm-hmm.
Blonde, short hair, same outfit because he doesn't. There's no time. But yeah, he's gonna head out somewhere, being like near where Fennel could possibly be, but not near
Sure.
enough so he's like in earshot of their meeting or whatever.
Okay. Then, as you kind of prepare this new disguise, I will ask you to just roll a performance check to see how well. This is kind of instead of a stealth check. Oh, Okay, that didn't work. Sorry. Flo.
Do you want to set that up for us?
It was
Do you
so
wanna
big.
do you want to have a break?
Yeah.
It's almost good. Like it's a bit too big. but, you
He's
know.
there. By the way, hey, Frey's here.
Hi,
Frey's
Frey.
back.
Hello. Oh shit!
Are you confused?
Yep,
Don't worry.
always.
I tried to
So
relay
am
as
I.
much as I could in a very short message, but how
Fine,
do you
I'll work it
describe
out.
Thorn had a mental breakdown?
Just
Thorn
like
had a
that?
mental breakdown.
Like that?
Yeah. Just like
Everyone
that.
did.
Oh, that didn't work.
My mental breakdown was a lot more than you guys though, so I'm kidding. It's not a competition.
It sounds like it's a bit of a competition now.
Which rogue has the
I'm
biggest
not gonna
mental
come for
breakdown?
you next time.
I'm having one trying to modify your bloody
Well-
camera. Oh, God.
The camera knows it just there's just not enough fray.
Not enough Frey.
I need,
Needs all the Frey.
I need you here with me. Really.
Oh, stop.
Not this.
Stop. Stop. Stop.
We've got a 2DM session.
Oh
Hi,
no.
guys.
OGM.
Hi guys, welcome to our new campaign.
No.
Oh my god.
You probably just want to trim the top or a bit of the top
that's
and
what I'll
bottom.
do, yeah. So, yeah, we'll Sienna and Thorn, you guys can talk.
Yeah, do roleplay. I'm
I
busy.
am doing. I'm not doing like you know,
I'm doing
with a
space
disguise
stuff.
kit or anything. I'm using a disguise self, just so you know.
Understood.
Do you still want me to roll performance? you
Yes,
said?
please.
Okay, good enough.
Is it? Yeah,
Roll.
it's decent.
Come on now.
I can't wait. What did they roll?
You're 15.
Okay,
15.
15. That's nice. Good
Yeah.
job.
Thank you, Frey. Thank you for modifying the camera for me.
I got
Sienna,
you.
thank you. Thank you, babe. Sienna, Thorn, the two of you are kind of left in the space with yourselves.
Mm.
Awkward.
Yeah, I do want to mention that as soon as Sienna entered, Sienna was just like, "Where's Thorn?" Clocked her and went into a hug.
Okay.
Okay, God, thank God, you're okay. Thank Martin.
Yeah, I think Thorn, she hugs back, but she's still sort of in that kind of traumatized state. She can she's not able to, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. But she's still a bit like fuck, I can't think of words. God damn it.
Words are difficult.
Like
They are.
disassociating, maybe?
Yes,
or...
that's what it is. Just she's sort of still disassociating. Her hands are still a bit shaky, but now that Sand is there, she's a bit more tethered, but still like not all there.
Right. Okay. Do we want to sit down?
I need to talk to you about something alone.
Yeah, of course. We can kick the Dane out of his own office. That's fine. I'm sure he won't mind. Just doing shush motions at him. Just
Yeah.
go.
Shoot.
He's just in the kitchen having some drinks.
Okay. I guess Thorn will take Sienna into 13's office, and she'll tell pretty much everything that Ven knew.
Okay.
About like Diplore and all that stuff, but she had no other choice. She's not telling Sienna why, but she had no other choice than to do what he told her, and then he gave her some information. Pretty much. Like I had to do what he told me. And I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't have, but I didn't know what to do.
It honestly doesn't sound like you could have done much. He sounds like a pretty big threat. And, well, let's see the positive side of things, right? You got some really valuable information out of it, and you might do so in the future. This is the first hint we've gotten to a location. That's amazing.
Diplor was a part of everything. So if he gets caught, then I don't know what to do. He'll know it was me. I don't know what to do.
Well,
He knows Siren. He knows, and he can tell him where I am.
it doesn't. From what you said, it doesn't sound like he would. Currently, it sounds like he's for some reason on your side, or at least as much as a man can be on anyone's side.
He doesn't take sides, he takes money. So either I give him money to keep his mouth shut, or he gets arrested and he spills his mouth.
The guards don't know about him. They have no reason to. They don't even know he's relevant to the case. Neither Thaddeus nor me knew of his involvement, and so far we've been the only one questioned.
But if Fennell
So
finds Gil, then he'll find Diplor. Either Diplor can get away, or I don't know.
still, currently we're the only ones that know of Diplor's involvement. If we don't tell about him, then, and if he isn't stupid and gets caught,
Well, he said himself that he was stupid, so
let's doubt that for a second. From what I've seen of him, he doesn't seem particularly stupid.
No, he's a real prick.
Yeah, he definitely seems to be one. But this is good, in a very, very horrible way. It's hints. It's a first step.
He said he saw me in the prison when I was young. I don't remember much, but I don't know how he did. He was with Saren, not in his debt as much as I know, but I don't know why he was with Saren in the first place. How could he know
He
him?
probably worked for him. He said
Then
his loyalty depends on money. He probably worked for him.
I need to know more, but if I had followed him, I would have been in too deep. I wanted to help, try and stay in, so I have a hand on the inside, but they would have found me out. Because I would have told you.
But he said he's willing to meet again, yes? Then you can still get this information. And once you have all the information, then we can decide what to do.
I can't have Saren come here, Santa. I can't go back.
We won't let him take you back. I promise. Okay? He's never getting you back.
Well, let's hope you're right. And she takes your hand.
Yeah, Sina's just like drawing little patterns with her thumb on your hand. Hugging you, trying to calm you. Whispering promises of protection and stuff. Yeah. Just trying to calm you.
Cute shit.
Cute, very cute
Yes.
shit. Wholesome.
Just being adorable.
Anyways.
While also ignoring all the deaf people because she's still suppressing everything.
Oh yeah, fuck. I'm a bad friend. Fuck.
No. Sienna's just focusing
Stop
on not letting
suppressing
any
your
of that show.
Stop suppressing your emotions.
Focusing on
No.
the positives, guys. Focusing on the positives.
That she is.
Fuck.
Frey, you have followed Ven most of the time. Fennel has joined alongside Ven, but then they'd split ways. When they'd caught up with Diplor and Thorn trying to escape, hidden, not spotted, Ven continued to speak with Thorn as Fennel had kept an eye out on Diplor to see where he had went, because you had heard mention that this discussion, this planned meeting that Diplor had, which was in the next day or so, seemed to have been pushed to now. And he was on his way to meet that person. You had gone to the rooftop to watch him move through the crowd. He didn't keep himself stealthy, he didn't try and hide. He was fairly in the open, trying to blend in with the general crowd, and you had seen him walking into this large establishment, a inn tavern of some sort, one which melds the very fey aspects into one large space. There was talk of you following and keeping an eye out on Diplor. But since Ven had left, you are free to choose what you'd like to do.
I'll follow Diplor
Okay.
do I know who he's going to go meet?
I told you he's going to meet Gil. Or
Okay.
G,
Okay, so I do know he's going to go see Gil.
Mhm.
Sure, I want to try and overhear on the conversation.
Okay. You arrive at the exterior of what is known as the Botanical Tonic. Trees growing out all over the stonework, which makes the main structure of this building. Branches, large bushes, very colourful, decorative, and now as the sun is rising up, the inn is pretty full. Everyone has awoken from their slumber. They are having breakfast down the bottom floor, and you can also see people entering the main doorway to have their morning meal as well. A busy, large restaurant on the bottom floor for all to enjoy. But as well, this building goes up several floors, and there are windows open. I'd like you just to roll a perception check.
He like takes a few strawberries on his way up. Hasn't had breakfast.
Oh
Sure
shit!
is.
Oh good, 9.
You lose track of where he is. You saw him enter the main door and into the busy interior, but he could be on any floor. You can't hear him, you can't see him. He's kind of just been lost inside of this building, but you know that this is pretty much the only entrance in or out, and you know that he's here to meet someone. So it gives you also an idea that probably it won't be in public.
Yeah.
Or if it is, it would be in some sort of private booth away from prying ears. So what would you like to do? There's several floors to this building. You can try and walk in and around, try and disguise yourself, persuade your way through. I'll leave it up to you.
How accessible are the windows on the different floors?
They are quite easily accessible. This place isn't the most well secured. Although the windows have bolts on them, they are with shutters as well. There are some that are open, and all of these trees and branches can almost lead up as ladders and ways to climb up. However, doing so in public with the sun shining may be a bit of an issue. People may see you, people may spot you, but if you're stealthy enough, perhaps they won't. Or if you create a distraction of some kind, who knows? But you can see there's a window open on every floor.
I suppose. Can I start around the back of the building then, where it's? I assume the building front's a busy street, and
Yes.
maybe around the back it's a little bit less in the
Mhm.
public eye.
Yeah, 100%.
And
go
just
around the
kind of
back.
make my way window to window, just see if I can recognize Diplor's voice.
Okay. I'll ask you to roll an investigation check this time, as you are kind of doing a bit more of a closer inspection, listening out, and trying to
Right
locate.
again.
Amazing. You head around the back as you're kind of keeping an ear out. It is a bit difficult because at the back, that is where the large kitchens have a large open door and ventilation air seems to be passing through. And you can see a couple of the kind of very odd looking waiter staff, as well as people who work in the establishment as cooks, as they are all very Fade like. You can see the very over the top proportions, very kind of uncanny valley sort of designs that they have. As you are kind of just seeing that and hearing that, one of them just kind of catches your eye as this large sloth-like individual is just kind of waiting for his tray to be filled with food. Okay, thank you. And he begins to leave. Oh, wait a second. I'm missing table number 3. And you just hear that, and it's just so frustrating to hear because you're like, come on, be quick. And it's just a bit distracting. So you can't pinpoint Diplor's voice, but as well from the back point, there are vines that wrap around, climb up. The entire building is decorated on all sides with the same sort of motif. So you can climb up to the back end as well if you wanted to. A bit more hidden from view.
And I actually dropped down to the kitchen entrance.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Just not the sloth, but just grab hold of somebody else.
Yes.
And just kind of say in a hushed tone, I'm looking for someone. I describe Diplor's mask, like he just came in. He's here to meet a seaman, a fishman. Have you seen them? Are they in here?
You reach down to one of the cooks here, and you see kind of chopping away at an extreme speed this kind of smaller sprite-looking figure. He's like just like cutting all of these carrots in like rapid succession. They're like listening to you, nodding away. Oh yes, I've seen someone like that. Yes, they walked in a few minutes ago. Really, they had a really specific order, but it's going up to the next floor above. And you just see them just kind of like looking up to you with this kind of extreme way of talking, very fast. And I don't think it all went through.
Do you know which room?
But yes, of course I don't know what room it's in. But I who are you?
I'll pull out a silver piece and just say, no one of any concern, and just slide it over.
Okay, you slide it over. Takes it quickly. I'm going to need a bit more than that, friend. Something more? Do you have something that's a bit more of my interest?
And what's your price?
Well, I don't know, friend. How about a little bit of favor?
What favor would you need?
Oh, well, there's so much that I can think of, but I need to put it on a backside. How about I come back to you in a few more days and I ask you then?
If you can tell me which room he's in now, you've got yourself a deal.
He puts his hand out. That's a deal. I'll tell you everything.
I'll shake it.
He shakes it vigorously. Okay, well, he's on the top floor. He was having a meeting with quite a few other people. I've decided to make a dish for all of them. They all have very distinct taste and likes, so I'll be making that for them. If you want to try and sneak in, I need a few bellboys to take it up for them, so perhaps you could be one of them.
Am I still dressed in last night's clothing?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll say no. I don't want to get too close. I just need to know where he is. But thank you, and
That's good. That's good. You don't want to get involved because there's some dangerous people in there.
they are indeed. And I'll come back round to see you in a couple of days to call up on that favor.
Perfect, friend. What's your name?
Let's not do names.
Ah, okay. Some sort of spy then. Okay, I'll keep it to myself then. I'll see you in a few days. If you need access to the top, here, and he hands you a key. This is a master key to the top floors. Take it.
Much obliged. I'll take it.
They give you a wink. See you in a few days.
You gave him one silver piece, didn't you?
Yeah.
Did he give you all
I,
that?
And
I've
a
deducted it.
favor.
And a favor.
And a
He's-
favor.
he's
He might ask you
fey.
to kill somebody.
He might ask me to
very-
sharpen his knives. Who knows?
Yes.
To
true.
be honest, you could just leave and not come back. And what
Yeah,
is
he's
that
got
gonna
my
do?
name.
Yeah.
I'm not in my normal garb.
Mm-hmm.
No
Like
idea
that
who
will
you
stop
be.
him.
Oh god.
Great. Okay.
Trust the Fae.
All right. I'll try and make my way up to the top floor.
Okay. Do you go through the main inside, or are you climbing on the exterior?
I'll go through the main inside.
Okay. You walk up. There's no real bouncers or anything to stop you coming in. You do see like the odd kind of dancing dryads around, just kind of as the morning's entertainment, it seems. A lot of people seem to have been here from the night before as well, and you can see they are steaming. They are just there, completely out of it, being fed these berries by large and small people as they are just kind of like taking them all in, eyes wide, heavily intoxicated, and perhaps been here for smells like a few days. But you climb up to the stairs, up to the next floor, first floor. You listen out. You don't hear anything. Head up to the second. No sounds. Third. Nothing. And then you arrive at the fourth floor, the final top floor. You look around to the sides and it seems fairly quiet. No one present. I'd like you just to roll a perception check.
Come on.
Where's that Frey luck?
Yeah. Where's it gone? 19.
It's
There it is.
You look down the left, the right, and the halls just continue off to the sides. You look to the right, and your eye catches nothing. There's the odd movement that you can see. Someone's room is illuminated. You can see shadows moving underneath the door sill. So there's people here. You look to the left, and although the hallway is empty, you get this strange sensation, like the hairs on your neck stand up, as though there are invisible eyes watching you. And you can almost see, by the very end door on the left hallway, just the light bounces off just at a strange angle to where it's almost as if something is in its place, but invisible. And that seems to be in two areas by this singular door. You get the strange suspicion that behind that door is where this conversation is perhaps being had.
Okay. In that case, I'll go down the opposite direction.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a roof access from the fourth floor?
There is, yeah.
I want to find an empty room and go out the window of the empty room to get onto
Yeah.
the roof.
Okay. with that 19, you kind of go from door to door and very kind of effortlessly. But I do need you to roll a deception or performance check as you're trying to pull this off, as you're just gaining access to one of the rooms.
22.
Okay. You don't even make eye contact with the space in which you find two invisible creatures. Instead, you turn and find a door which seems to be empty. You put the key in, which unlocks every door on this top level, and push in without any sort of suspicion. Close the door behind you. The room is dark, but there is a window here.
I'm going to lock that door
You lock it.
behind me.
Mm-hmm.
And then, what do I see out the window? How public will this climb out the window onto the roof be?
You are right in between one of the alleyways that kind of hide away. This is a spot that is not very good views. Someone living here would not be too happy, and that's probably why it's empty.
Fair enough. All right, I'll go out the window, climb onto the roof, and I just need to get over to the other room
Mm-hmm.
to try and listen from above.
Okay. So are you climbing to the roof and staying on the roof, or are you going to climb on the roof and get to one of the nearby rooms?
I want to see if I can hear from the roof first.
Okay. You climb up. You find yourself on the roof. The roof is flat, but there are large bushes and bits of foliage that are just covering it to create that kind of almost tree aesthetic that it's going for. You have to push through them, and you try and keep an ear out, but from the roof it seems that there's enough insulation here where you cannot hear through. You might have to climb into one of the nearby rooms to hear.
Okay. If I climb down the tree a bit so that I can start to get level with the windows, can I see into an adjacent room? Well, an adjacent room, and if it's empty, occupied.
Yeah. There are only two rooms that there is possibility. It's either the left or the right one. You look over to the left. Oh, you can choose if you want.
I was going to say start with the right one.
Okay. Yeah, right is always right, as they say. Roll a d100 for me.
Oh no. What am I going to find?
Oh god, this never goes well.
Oh, it's high as well, 79.
Ay, ay, ay.
You head down to the window, climb down. It's locked. You can't.
What kind of a window is it?
It's got shutters on the front, and the window itself has a small lock that goes underneath, but it's only accessible from the inside.
Mm.
It's kind of a lock pin that goes in and to the side.
Yeah.
To keep it closed.
Well, let's move over to the other side then. Try the left.
Climb over. Roll another d100, please.
$75.
5.
Jesus.
Damn.
This one is also locked.
Okay. What tools do I have?
Can I ask, do you have any like lockpick tools? Anything like that? Like crowbar you could force the window
He'd be a
open?
pretty well, God fucking damn it. He'd be a pretty fucking stupid rogue if he didn't have lockpicking tools, wouldn't he?
And now I'm looking through my stuff. Do I have lockpicking tools?
Yes, you do. It comes with the class. And if you don't have them, you forgot to write them down.
Yeah, I
Get them
think
on
I've got to
Google.
write them down.
Yeah.
Which is funny because I have a lock.
Why do you have a lock? No
It's all
key,
locked, but
no
lock.
no lock picking tools.
He doesn't even have the key for the
It's not
lock
locked.
that he has. It's just a
Bro.
lock.
It's just no,
I
it's
have
an
a question.
open lock. And he just
Well,
would
you-
Ben
How did you
be
fucking
here
do
at this
that?
point or no?
I'd say no, not yet.
Okay.
Not yet while this is all happening. You can try
Okay.
and jerry-rig it with something that you have.
Yeah, I want to try and jerry rig it. I've got I've got string.
Hmm.
I've got this key. Oh, I do have thieves' tools actually.
Okay.
There it is.
There
With
it
the
is.
thieves' tools, you would have like a thin filament of metal that you can try and bend and shape to pull that pin free.
Yeah.
If you want to try that. So
Yeah.
you can
It's got a bunch.
use-
It's got a bunch of stuff. So yeah, I want to
Okay.
try and pick it.
Go for it. This will be a thieves' tools check. So this is your dexterity plus a d4 plus your proficiency and expertise if you are expertise
Oh my
in
god.
such.
Use thieves' tools. I wonder if it's automatically 13. I think
13.
that's everything. Yeah, it looks like it.
You try and find that pin. The small, thin bit of metal that you just carry with you, wire, goes through the gap underneath, and you try and place it, hook it over, fail, you fail again, and then you begin to hook on, pull. And as you're pulling, you're seeing it itself is beginning to stretch and unloosen its kind of grip that you'd made. And at one point, it looks like it's going to go. So you just quickly pull it back with a bit more force than care, and it opens. The window now pushes in, and you can climb through.
I go in,
Right.
keeping an eye out to see if there's no one sleeping in the bed.
roll a stealth check for me.
Somehow you found yourself like actually into the room.
and Gil's changing.
It just turns
13.
out all 3 rooms are connected.
It's just one big room.
Oh, this is awkward. You're probably wondering how I got here.
They've been watching me for the past 10 minutes.
They just saw you at one of the windows and were like, what is he doing out there?
Come
and
on,
then it's
dude,
looking
not
at you
2
the other
times
way.
in one day.
You head in, begin to kind of quiet your steps. You see the room's empty. Room has no one here. But you begin to listen, and just on the wall that connects your room to theirs, you can hear talk. You can hear conversation. Several voices, in fact. Do you wish to pry even closer?
Yes.
Okay. Are you using like a cup method to like listen to the wall? Pick a glass up and just kind of listening there?
If I have to, can I find a crack in a wall or something, or maybe
Sure.
make a little hole in the wall? Like I've got a file in the thieves' tools. Like, can I just file away until there's like?
They're gonna fucking hear that.
Okay,
Well, no. It's a
first off-
file. I'm not filing metal. If it's like plasterboard, then I just want to make a hole on this side, so then and remove any insulation that's in between, if that's what they did, or if it's just because I don't know how they filled in the walls.
It's
Mhm.
your funeral.
I mean,
In
you
fantasy.
are in a tree.
I am in a tree. Maybe they
Well,
are just solid
Wouldn't
wood.
you would?
First, I'll ask you to roll an investigation check since you asked if there is a crack already.
Good point.
Where's the investigation? I lost it. There it is. 16.
Okay. You do see one. You
Yes.
see a looser part in the stonework of this wall. And again, it's stone with a wraparound surrounding of bark. There are some elements that kind of branch out into the walls themselves, but for the most part, they are concrete. They are stone.
Okay.
There is a crack in the side, not enough to see through, but if you want to try and file away, it does allow you to hear clearer, but if you want to see, you can try and drill through if you want.
I'll start by listening,
Okay.
because I think I can pick out Diplor's voice, Gil's
Mhm.
voice, the shark guy's voice,
Yeah.
and then
Sure.
how many more extra voices are there?
Okay, well, we'll find out after the break. Can I have a quick break? And
Damn.
I love doing that. So we're
That
gonna have a
was
quick,
evil. That was evil.
Uh-huh.
quick 10-minute break. Have a wee, have a drink, and we'll catch you in a bit. See you in a bit. Bye bye.
Bye.
Right.
Hello and welcome back.
Hello.
Before, Fennel, you start listening in, you can hear there are several people there, and the voices are muffled because it takes you some time to adjust and to try and match the right frequency of voice to the right person, because there are few in this space. But they begin to talk amongst themselves. In the meantime, though, since it did take you a little bit to climb around and get the key, then you are disguised and you have made your way to the exterior of this establishment. Are you in? What's the plan?
If I know they're having a meeting on the inside, he's not gonna head in, but he's just gonna send a quick message to Fennel of like, "Hey, I'm here. Just if you need help, just give me a quick shout or signal or something."
You use your magic and you whisper into your hand. You find the connection with Fennel, but there's something in the air which causes your message to kind of reverberate a little bit. But Fennel, you hear the voice come through.
Did I notice it was garbled? Or
No.
okay.
Mm-mm.
You can respond because it is message.
How long do I have to respond to message?
You don't. You can take a minute. You can take 10 minutes, I think. I don't think it has to be immediate.
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't say.
Okay. Well, in that case, I won't reply just yet.
Okay. As you do send out that message, then you find the shadow next to you just appear in like full height. Melody looks over. How are you feeling?
I'm fine.
Are you sure? I'm feeling a little apprehensive. Something in the air.
I did notice something. Mm. Ven's gonna do. Is there somewhere like a little corner he could like tuck into for a second while he casts the detect magic? The
Yeah,
one
there
he
is,
has
yeah.
free use of every day.
Mm-hmm.
So he's gonna just kind of tuck in there and do detect magic to see if he can sense anything in the air.
Okay. You begin to detect magic. Your eyes see the world of arcane energy that flows throughout. And you also, as you're staring towards the botanical tonic, you sense a very powerful conjuration as you feel the power of emotion built up into the very foundations of this building. Roll an Arcana check for me.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Not twin.
You feel a very strong sense of sentiment, emotional wellspring of energy, which is very common with the Feywild. And you have a very strong idea that there is a tether here to the plane of fairies and myth and story. Perhaps beneath this building itself, a gateway to the Fey realm. That power is intoxicating, but there is something else lingering in the air that is not Fey. There is something that causes the hairs on your neck to stand up. Frey, for now, you listen attentively at what's going on inside. Conversation seems to have been midway through, but you just hear this kind of break. There's a voice that rings through, one that is reminiscent of the one you heard in the alleyway. Not of the shark humanoid hybrid, but instead of the Triton. I apologize. We should have really done some introductions. Started off quite quickly here. So let us continue with a bit more of the people I've brought here with us. Diplo. This is an associate that you're very familiar with. I heard you work together a few times, right? Siren? You just see, well, you don't see anything. You just hear the footsteps on the other side. That is right. I've met Diplo a couple of times. We have a understanding. He has done work for me, and I have also done work for him. Isn't that right, Diplo? Yes, that's right. We know each other already, Gil. But who's the friend that's next to him? It's the first time I've seen a face like that before. And you hear kind of interrupting the conversation almost boisterously. The name is Frederick Zardov, professor if you will, but I am an associate of the associate that you know. Siren and I have worked quite closely recently. Right. And how comes you're all working together then? I don't seem to follow. Well, I don't mean to interrupt, Gil, but I'd prefer to just let it out now. You see, our paths have crossed quite a few times in recent history, so we've put it in ourselves to kind of implement some of our actions. We all have skills, Diplo. It's clear to see. But none of us are tethered to another body, another entity, another group, association. Nor is that what this is for. You see, we're all here to help each other, right? There's stuff Siren needs, there's stuff I need, but more importantly, there's stuff that you need as well. And together we can get that fairly quickly. I'm a master of the arts, magical arts, that is. Diplo, you are a very cunning and keen mercenary. Siren is Siren, and Gil, well, he has all of the influence. Pretty easy, don't you see? I don't know about this. I'm not looking to join any group. That's, again, Gil, Diplo, that's not what we're here for. We're here to find common ground. This is introduction, you see. Now, listen, you've done a lot of things, and today you've done a great service. You've helped Gil in his next steps forward. But I also need help as well, and so does Siren. You see, we have some loose threads. Could be helpful with your expertise. And what's in it for me? You hear another voice from inside. Siren's voice. There can be a lot for you, Diplo. We have ways of expediting certain necessities that you have. There is nothing that is impossible. You know that I can make miracles happen. While this entire conversation is happening, then you feel that the hairs on the back of your neck are standing because you see that same arcane energy which was taught to you by an old friend. Everyone has a very unique arcane signature. And you sometimes borrow and use in your spells that same flair, because it's what you were taught. And you can sense that at the top of this building, in a room somewhere, and you see the shadow just grow silent.
Then freezes for a couple of seconds, out of fear mostly. His hands slowly turning dark. The area around his eyes turning dark as well, like these shadowy veins coming out, as he knows that Frederick is there. And he
So
takes
much pain. And he's there. So close. Within touching distance. Do you not feel that anger? I feel a rage inside of me.
You know how badly I want him dead. Don't ever question that. But he's in there. What? Who knows who? Then kind of looks towards the bag of holding for a second. Where he put the gun, but looks away. No. Not yet. I need to find out what he's doing first.
Then we must enter and listen. Or do you trust in your friend? The one who holds his own secrets?
Ven's gonna slowly enter the place.
Okay. You walk through and you begin to follow this thread of energy. The crowd for you is still. There's no one walking. Everyone stands motionless. The entire surroundings aren't bright or colourful, they are grey and dark as you just continue to walk through, up, following this line of energy to pinpoint where Frederick is. For now, you continue to listen. And would you like to try and gain a visual, or are you just maintaining this?
I don't think I need a visual,
Mm-hmm.
so I'm happy to keep listening. Or actually, wait, no, I don't know what the professor looks like. He's a professor. That's fine. I don't need the visual.
He's a professor. Oh.
You know, that's fair.
If you cannot find the credentials of a professor,
I was just getting like the
Something wrong.
stereotype look.
Yeah,
I
fair
saw.
With,
He looks like a professor, I don't
glasses
need
and
it.
a bow tie.
Yeah. White
Diplo
overcoat.
literally said, "Oh, I've never seen such a face before," and Fennell's just like, probably just because
The
it's
professor.
boring.
Blazer, bow tie, nerd glasses.
briefcase? Yeah, that's him.
Uh,
Oh boy.
you continue to listen as now Gil begins to speak up. So, Diplor, you wanted to talk. What do you want to know? You said you wanted to find me. I'm here, face to face. What can I do for you? Well, I've heard your name a few times, Gil. In the shadows, building up a reputation for yourself. You've just appeared in the last 20 years. There was no mention of you before. And now, you're this one-man army. I just wanted to see who the guy was. Because it takes someone with a lot of guts to go diving in the very deepest parts of the ocean, to find all of its secrets, to gather the wealth that you have. And let me say, the influence as well is very awe-inspiring. You've been able to elevate your status. And now I hear you find yourself weaving your way into the syndicate itself. That's pretty remarkable. It's the job. If you were me, you would do the same thing. Climbing the ranks is easy work, but finding the right people around you, that's much harder. And what is it you heard from my name exactly? Did you hear that I was kind? That I was soft, perhaps? Or did you hear that I was somewhat more ruthless? Well, I've heard all sorts of things, Gil. You know me, I've been around a lot. Clearly, your name is stuck in the minds of everyone. But I gotta be honest, guys. I'm not here for whatever charade you've got going on. It's not my thing. I work solo. And hey, look, if you need any other job doing, I'll help you out. But I don't know. Seems like you're looking for something a bit more. Something that I can't give. Oh, but you can. Diplor, please, you underestimate your abilities. And let me just say, that little mask you wear, it's quite a novel trick. For the common mind, it would hide your mental from being pried upon. Yet I've seen during this entire conversation everything you've seen, and everyone you've met in the last hour, and then some. You see, Frederick looks, well, you don't see anything. And let me tell you, Siren, your little girl is out there. And she's very afraid of you, the big bad monster. Oh, I don't think you really had it in you, Siren. You've done some shit to this girl. Siren doesn't respond. But Diplor, the people we want you to find are those same people that you've met on the little ship. 2, in fact. The little pink-haired girl and the very eye-catching tiefling. Easily done for someone of your expertise, is that not right? Fennel, you're hearing all of this. What are you doing as this is going on?
Staying very still. Did he leave the window open?
Did you?
I'd like to hope I did, but
You
then
didn't say you closed it.
I didn't say I closed it. Can I assume I left it open if I didn't say I closed it?
Sure.
Okay, he's just mapping out how to get back to the window.
Okay.
What's in between him and the window?
There's a bed that comes out. There's a small dresser on the opposite side. So you have to kind of like snake your way around.
Okay. He just wants an eye on how to get out the window again,
Sure.
if need be.
Yeah, you just begin to kind of project your journey. Then you continue, climb the stairs. First floor, second floor. And then you feel that energy up 2 more floors. What would you like to do?
Do I sense anything else beside him in that room of like magic? Oh,
I'd say the distance is too far for you to detect magic. The only reason you're seeing this is because of your connection to him.
I see.
Because you cannot see through physical objects, I believe. It has to be anything within line of sight.
I'm gonna check because honestly, I'm not too sure on the. Oh,
Sure.
I did not. Damn you, detect magic. Where are you?
I'm fucking shaking. Just letting you guys know.
The spell can't penetrate most barriers, but if it is blocked by 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, and 1 thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt.
Okay, well, but the rooms aren't that thick, so you can kind of feel through them. Then, feeling through the energies that you see, there is arcane energy that flows from one specific area that you're very familiar with. There's another which has strong energy. I'd like you to roll an Arcana check for that.
Oh lord.
There is a strong sense of transmutation. And within that transmutation, you sense an energy that is not arcane, that is not holy, but one that is primal. And that energy itself is something temporal in nature. There is, however, a spot where there is nothing else. You only sense two energies in there that have some sense of magic in them.
He's gonna turn to the shadows that I'm assuming are
Mhm.
there. Is this really a good idea?
It is your decision then. I do not think you are strong enough, but your anger can bring surprises. You are stronger than I can even think, and that you even know. But if you are hesitant, that won't change. If you are scared, you will lose. And I feel your emotions. Win or lose, then, I will be there for you till the end.
Thank you. He's with someone. I want him alone. When I have the upper hand. When I know what he's doing. And when he expects it the least. Let's hope that Fennel heard something.
Then we must stick to the shadows. For a moment, then, I need you to roll a charisma check.
Oh, great. Just a straight charisma?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, holy hell.
Oh no.
Shit.
What does that even mean?
You feel the ground, the space between you and Frederick melt away. And his eyes, speaking to someone next to him, look to yours. You see an expression of shock on his face. And in this moment, the shadows are not there with you. And you see, without him moving his mouth, he looks at you. Where's the ring I got you? Do you not love me?
I hate you.
We can change that. As that moment happens, it all closes once again. Fennel, you hear on the other side, Diplor. Yeah, I'm not sure about this. As I said before, I'm not into the whole kidnapping thing. It leaves a nasty taste in my mouth. Is this guy okay? You hear Siren. What is wrong, Frederick? We don't need him. One of them's already here. At this point, you just hear this. A casting of energy just happens. Diplor just begins to look around. Where the hell has he gone? Okay, look. I think I'm this whole thing, Gil. It was nice to meet you, but we'll try and stay in contact or something, yeah? We can stay in contact. That's no issue. But as well, Diplor, I need to know that you can be trustworthy. What do you mean? I'm as tight as anyone can be. What do you mean trustworthy? I gotta say, it's difficult out here, you know, as you said. Difficult to make a name for yourself. You hear this, something just hit the ground hard. You hear struggling. Don't struggle. It'll make things a lot harder. Look, you're in a strong position, Diplor. There's no doubt about it. But again, I came for you for something in return for what you did, and yet you don't even wish to work with me. Now, that's a bit of a complicated deal. And I can't leave that aside. I follow through with what I say. Anyone who turns their back on me, and you hear a scream on the other side, and you hear this singeing sound as Diplor begins to scream out. For now, is there anything you do?
No.
Okay. As
Diplor.
this continues to happen, you hear him just kind of almost whispering to Diplor in his ear. Do you want to try and hear what he's saying?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd need you to roll another perception check. Or investigation, either one. I give you advantage.
Ooh. Wait.
I think they're the same.
Investigation or perception? Yeah, they are the same. Advantage. 18.
18. Okay. You begin to listen. And you just hear him whisper as the singeing continues. I saw you in the alleyway, you know, watching, listening, taking your time. You're very familiar, almost too familiar. I haven't seen that face in so long. But you look so much like your father. As you begin to hear this, Fennel, there's this sensation inside of you that feels that he's not talking to Diplor. He's instead talking to you.
We are so fucked. Holy shit.
Fuck.
Like father, like son. Listening places he shouldn't be. I thought your old man died long ago. And hey, look, I gave you a chance. I saw you there and caught me by surprise. I gave you that one. But two, come on now. That's just plain silly.
Renel's gonna go for the window.
Okay?
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Holy shit!
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Holy shit! Is it too
Jump
late
out of the
to
window.
leave the city again? Is it too late to just Get to the next airship. Go back to the area.
We gotta get the fuck out of here. Oh my
Back
god.
in our bags. Goodbye. Leaving.
See ya. Oh my fucking god.
This was
Oh,
lovely.
shit.
This was a lovely town. 5 out of 5 would not come back again.
5 out of 5 people that
out.
are after our fucking asses are in this town. That's the 5 out of 5.
You run out, jump, grab onto one of the vines nearby, and just begin to run as fast as you can. Where are you heading for now?
Down
Uh-huh.
the street, and then he's going to reply to message finally.
If it reaches me at this fucking point, I don't
Yeah.
know.
And just tell Ven, like, Ven, if you're on your way, get out. Frederick's there. And he might,
at this moment right in front of
Yeah, like
Frederick.
literally getting fucking
No.
yeah, I noticed.
fuck's sake.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I've been made.
Then you hear that message come through, but then you hear the words just being pulled back, as though something is creating a hole for them to fall into. And you hear where that's coming from. And in a appearance of magic, you see the green suited, black accents, somewhat curled hair, well looked after complexion of Frederick stand at the other end of the hall, the words captured in his hand. It's been so long. How you've changed. But you're still the same person, deep down inside. I can't believe that you're trying to find me. I feel very flattered, Ven. What brings you here?
None of your damn business. And you know nothing about me.
I find that very hurtful. I feel like I know you so well. It makes me sad. It really hurts my soul to see your eyes filled with hatred. If I could go back in time, I would. I would do anything for you, then. Anything. I did everything for you, and yet, you decide to run away. I gave you every chance, every opportunity, and yet you see me as some villain. Well, guess what? I'm filling in the role for you. You want me to play the villain? Fine, I'll be the villain. Don't ask me to change to be the hero. This is the path you have created for me. I intend to keep riding that high. Because in the end of the day, then, you will be mine. Forever and always, don't forget. Till death do us part.
Ben's gonna pull out the ring that he has in his pocket that he's kept
Mhm.
there. He's gonna look at it for a bit. Just like turning around in his hand. And then he's gonna chuck it at his face.
You throw it to him.
No,
It
at
platters
his
to the ground.
face. Straight in the eye. I am nobody's. Run away? I didn't run away. You know what happened.
Then why
You're
not
always
return
unfair.
home? They all miss you. Or at least they did. What was the little runt's name again? I forgot. Was it Marcus? No. Jonathan? It doesn't really matter, does it? Or little old mum? Or petty old father? What is the point of all of what you've made if it comes down that they never loved you in the end? I'm the only one that has ever tried to stand by your side, to listen, to teach. For heaven's sake, then, you would be nothing without me. You made me, and I made you. Without each other, we're aimless.
At this point, Ven's hands all the way above his forearms start turning dark, as well as most of the area around his eyes. I was someone before you came along. Now, you're right. You sure made me into something. A monster you made me out to be in front of them. You fill in your role, I'll fill in mine. And he's gonna misty step outside of the building.
Mm-hmm. You disappear from view. The last thing you see is him standing there, holding the ring in his hand. And you disappear. You hear the windows explode outwards. A room to a bedroom exploded. And you hear this heavy voice. Then! I taught you that one, and you can't get far. Where are you? As he begins to appear at the end of this broken, disheveled room. You continue to run.
Cutting
Okay.
it, pretty much.
I will need you to roll a stealth check as you are rushing through to try and hide your presence.
I will also cast invisibility on me again.
Okay.
Thank you very.
What
Oh wait,
the
no, wait.
fuck? What the
Hmm.
fuck?
For now, you hear the
I'll
explosion
use
as you're running away as
some
well.
wizard points to do it.
Just boom. Oh
I'm
my
still
god.
angry.
Trey, and for that stealth check,
Need
the
this
13 that
fucking-
you rolled.
Damn. But he said he could
Pretty-
see me in the alley.
Do I roll with
Yeah.
advantage for invisibility?
I was rolling well in the alley.
But you were right in front of him, if you remember. Remember when he looked in your direction and then
Yeah.
looked past?
Yeah.
You looked
Yeah.
right at you, bro.
Yeah, well, yeah, but fuck, no, but he saw
And then
me.
he just
didn't
went,
just
"Oh, that's
realize I
weird,"
was
and
there. He
kept walking.
saw me. Like, that's the
Yeah.
thing.
Maybe he has like blind sight or something.
Well,
Who knows?
clearly, invisibility
Oh,
has
fuck me.
no effect.
Fuck.
Okay, 20. You rush into the crown vent and begin to hide as fast as you can. As you rush and rush, the voice just continues to echo in your mind. Ben, you can't run forever. As you just keep going and keep going and keep going. With all of this, I would say for now, since you heard the explosion, you turn back momentarily to see it, and you can see Frederick, this individual that was mentioned a few times in the conference that was happening. You see he begins to look up and grits his teeth, and he just teleports away, disappears completely from view. There is an evacuation of the building. People are rushing out. Some people don't seem to care that there was an explosion in the building. They are weird.
I need to get on what they're on.
Give me what they're having quick. I'd like you just to roll a perception check as well.
21.
Okay. You rushing out, you can see that there is a balcony, somewhat kind of protrusion, like windows that open up into like a small balcony, if that makes sense. Like instead of having the regular small window, there's a tall, full-sized one, and there's just a little outcropping next to it. You can see that that's been opened wide, and through it, you can see 3 figures inside the main room that you were listening in before. You see Diplor on the floor, reaching up to his face, and you can see as he's beginning to climb over the porch and away, the silvery mask that he has now has this rust patina that goes into like a rusted silver towards the right-hand side, basically going into like a greenish to a dark black and brown with holes throughout. And you see he just kind of holds that, climbs over, and begins to make his way out of the space. Meanwhile, still there, you can only see the silhouette of this individual, but the silhouette itself is of a slightly crooked-looking man with a hooked nose who has just been watching this entire thing. When you see him, there is this almost alien sensation that you can get. There is something uncanny about him, something not right. And then you see approaching, continuing a discussion, Gil just walk up to this gentleman and continue to discuss. Just the two of them left in the room. But you continue to run off?
Is that the professor? Do you look like a professor?
The professor did not look like a professor. No.
Okay.
He looked like a very well-established nobleman. And that was
He's
Frederick.
very pissed off.
Oh, okay.
All right. Two of you rushing away.
All right, yeah, Frederick's a professor. Whoops, I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
It's okay.
You
Many names.
all rush off to wherever you're going, and then you just have the shadow in your head, just there and present, stopping the noise around you. Everything goes dark momentarily, pitch black. And you find yourself breathing heavily, running. What's going through your mind?
I think you're muted.
You're muted.
Bruh. He doesn't even feel his legs as he's running. mostly in his own head. Anger, fear, frustration building up, all the past memories mixing in, switching from seeing what's actually in front of him and what happened before, flashing in and out of these memories, kind of recklessly running through crowds and streets and alleyways. His can probably feel his heart thumping in his chest,
Mm-hmm.
feeling like it's going to jump out, just seeing his face over and over and over again.
There's nothing that can help comfort in these moments as you just run. As you run, your legs move, but your body is mainly controlled by the shadow as they guide you, guide where you run, help you in your lost sense. Fennel, are you heading back to the rest of the party?
Yes.
Okay.
Eventually, I want to make sure I'm not being tailed.
Okay. Then I will ask you. I'd say with a 21, you can get a good sense that you're not being tailed. There is one slight thing that I will need you to kind of think about is you do see a figure every so often, just kind of down the alleyway to the side of you, down slightly ahead, but never within kind of close distance. But it does seem as though one person is following.
I want to use the invisibility of my cloak,
Yes.
and as I round the corner and dip into something hidden, try and find a hidden corner nook that would be really difficult to have prying eyes on.
Yes.
And depending on what's in that little area, either try and get into the sewers or make my way up and be stealthy, see if I can then keep an eye on them and watch them, see if they'd pass by and see who they are, what they look like.
Okay. Just roll a stealth check for me.
With advantage, I assume.
No.
No. What? 11. Bollocks.
Okay. You cause invisibility of yourself. You begin to look around for ways to make a quick escape. You had seen this person a few times. As you see, there is an entranceway to the sewer below you, a grate that's kind of semi-open. You hear from above you, just kind of leaning from one of the nearby kind of street lamps in this alleyway that's broken, not illuminating anything. You just see the outline of his shadow. I'm not interested in hurting you. I tried to make myself aware. I wasn't trying to follow you without you knowing. We've met before.
I'll approach him.
Mm-hmm.
Who is it?
He drops down, and you see the same kind of burnt-faced individual that had helped Ven remove the curse from his ring. You see, as he kind of lands there next to you, clothed in somewhat more skulking attire, he looks. I've been trying to follow this siren for some time, and I'd seen that you were trying to gain some information as well. Can we have a chat somewhere?
Yeah, absolutely. Not too sure where exactly is safe. I can name one place unless you have somewhere in mind.
To be honest, there aren't many places. I have a couple, but if there's somewhere you think is safer, we're best doing that.
Okay, then in that case, come with me and I'll lead them to the agency.
Okay. You continue your skulking and eventually finding your way back to the rest of your party. Then the shadows kind of push away, and you also find yourself at the exterior of this establishment, slightly out of breath, as you are just exhausted from just mad running and the emotional whiplash. Sienna and Thorn, the two of you kind of going about your business, can see the rest of your group arrive.
Fennel and this hard face guy.
Right.
You see
Inside.
all of them. You see Van, you see Fennel, and you also see the burnt-faced guy, yes.
Right, several questions. Is
Let's
that
just.
the guard of the ship?
It is,
And
but
what
let's get
happened to
inside
you? You guys
first.
don't look good. Yeah, let's go
Let's
inside.
get inside first.
Good idea.
Let's get outside.
Love how calm
Outside.
Fennel is.
I will say, Van is kind of like not registering what they're saying. He's looking down at his hands that are full on like shadowy black at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And he
Right.
seems to be struggling to keep up with his disguise.
Sienna's just gonna carefully walk up to Ben and like reach out to take his hands, telegraphing her movements clearly so that he can pull away if he wants to. Just gonna grasp his hands. Hey,
As
you
you
aren't
go to
looking
take
hot.
his hand, he like slaps your hand away immediately. Don't touch me.
Right, sorry.
Just stay away from me. Just. And he is gonna like try to find a place to be alone.
Sure. There's a room. You see Snow Bear is there, and he's kind of looks at you like, "Hey, what?" As you just push past him and kind of go into the room. He looks up at you, shrugs. But you find a room isolated to yourself. As soon as you close the door, this kind of brightly lit interior just goes completely black, and you are in shadow.
He leans against the wall, slides down, holding his head in his hands, trying to get the image of Frederick out of his mind, his voice out of his head, but is struggling as he's panicking, thinking of what to do, thinking of running away. But he's mostly just stuck in the loop of overthinking, worrying.
As you're left there to your thoughts, the shadow has no words to share. They just hold you. And for a moment, you can feel the warmth of this kind of male, shadowy figure to your left, and to your right, the feminine version, both hugging either side of you as you lay there against the wall. No words. Nothing needed to be said. But we cut back to the others as you see the scarred man there alongside Fennell. Fennell, if you want to go ahead.
Right. Great. We're in the shit. Things are not going well.
Uh-huh.
So I followed Deplore to where he was meeting with people, and the people are not people that we want to be. We were hoping not to bump into. So yeah, well, obviously Deplore was there, but so was Zyron and Gil, who orchestrated the thing on the ship that I mentioned previously, and orchestrated the attack yesterday. And then there's this professor, and that's something to do with Ven. Ven's probably better to explain that, but I'll let them deal with that. And then I bumped into this guy on the way out, but they know I was there. I was listening, and they let me listen. Strangely, it's not good.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as like Fidel starts listing of people's names, Sienna's just hovering near Thorn. Just like
Yeah. As soon as she
ready
sees,
to support.
as soon as she she hears Siren's name, she's gone. Like there is no light in her eyes. She is just emotionless. And she's just staring ahead, like in shock. She's in shock. But you can't, like, you can try and poke her face. She's not responding at all.
Right,
You
Sienna's just
see-
making sure that she's sitting down somewhere comfortably. Then she's just holding onto her shoulder,
this
like
figure,
just trying to establish touch.
this figure with Fennell just kind of nods. I was watching from afar. I've had eyes on Siren for a long time. I did not realize that he had such an influence with other problematic individuals. But your friend speaks true. There was a meeting this day, and very destructive personalities.
Right. Meaning we have to leave, correct? I mean, we need to leave the city immediately. It's a summary. Sorry, Thadane. I'm afraid we have to quit. I'll be packing our stuff. And Sienna's just taking like deep breaths, trying to keep herself calm, so that we don't have like three
Yeah,
panicking
everybody-
people.
Fucking having a panic attack.
Sienna's just
We-
taking very deep breaths.
We can work this out.
Work this out. How?
Well, I don't know yet, but we're not just gonna roll over and let and do nothing.
What will
Exactly.
running
We're going to
achieve?
leave immediately.
Leaving sounds good to me, to be honest.
I have a question. What will running achieve?
Well, time for one.
We've managed to stay hidden from him this long. We can hide again.
Why do you think you need to hide?
What else are we supposed to do? We aren't strong enough to face him.
No, but I am.
Never mind multiple people that are after us.
I can. I'm strong enough.
Sorry, who are you?
That is beside the point.
And I don't
You're-
think that is nearly beside the point.
I try to not get involved in personal issues, but our lines have overlapped. I have interests in removing Siren for his experiments I find grotesque and against law and order. He is no different to many out there. I am on the hunt for another who does the same. He is just in a long line of people who try and play God. Running away from these people won't help. If you keep running, what connection will you make? Every foundation you make in the next spot that you find yourself in will be building up to then crumble. The foundations will fall. You need to find yourself a solid ground first and build up a strong foundation. These people hide in the shadows. If you find yourselves in the light, they won't touch you. They cannot expose themselves to such presence. There are institutions out there that can help you. There are people who can help you. You're not alone. You just need to find the right people. And I can help you if you need me.
I think he's right.
We do. We do definitely need help.
The thing you
Running
need
has
more
kept
than
us-
anything else is friends, allies to help you. You say you're weak. That is because you're alone. There is just the 5 of you. But if you have more, then you build an army. And then who will fight you then?
I might have a friend in town. I think, well, she said she might be in town. I'll have to go find her. But who do you know?
See, he kind of sighs slightly. I'm in a very frivolous position. I've met a lot of very influential people. I can help get you in contact with any number of them. But it depends on how you wish to go forward and what your aim is. I seek to remove anyone that finds themselves in a position that better benefits themselves outside of others, manipulating the very energies that surround us to control and dominate, to exhibit harmful experiments that have no need to be done in the first place. There are people out there. I'm here. Clearly, you're in need of help. Let me help you. Share with me what you know, and I will do the same. And together, we can remove these wretches of society. If you find it with
Thank
comfort,
you.
I do not have to be anywhere anytime soon. My companion is continuing my work in my stead, but I will need to continue my job. But for the next few days, I can stay by your side. And if any magic, any person wish to show harm, I can prevent that. And in an extreme scenario, stop them from harming anyone else. I do not offer this lightly to many. I try to avoid these situations. But I believe we can help each other. And in turn, you have my abilities for a short while. But you must figure out what you wish to do. Who you want to be. Run, hide, gather allies. That is not for me to tell you. You all have your own journey to be on, and clearly you wish to have it together. So find a way to keep that together. And if we need to go formalities, my name is Caspian. And you see, he just goes off to one of the chairs. And he just sits there.
Thank you for that offer. I apologize for my outburst earlier. It's been a very long day. We would greatly appreciate your help. As you know, you're new to the city and we have not had the opportunity to make connections, so any that you can offer us would be greatly appreciated. You've asked for a goal or a plan. The only thing I've been trying to do is bring us to safety. Me and Thorn. I've only longed to protect her. With him in the city, it will be difficult. But if you can assure us that if you have a way or an idea of how to defend against him, we'll be in your debt forever.
Siren has been the most elusive of all of these experimenters that I've come across. Him next to Oliana Camandera, they are tricksy. They have multiple laboratories, experimentations going on simultaneously. It is a hassle. But one thing to know is that this Siren is not a human, he's not a person, he's not even from this world. It is hard to comprehend that there are more things out there than what we know. All you need to understand is that his methods are different. He does not use magic. He does not use utensils like the rest of us. He has his own ways, his own practices, his own knowledge of how the world should work, how his world works. This does not translate to ours. And thus the most vile experimentations take place for him to study and learn. I've come across a few over my time and freed several prisoners. But there's not much more that can be done. We do every little bit we can. We save everyone we can. And when it comes to people like this, you must do so from the shadows. Because their ways are strange and unpredictable.
Then how do we stand a chance against them?
Learn more of his kind. Try and understand what he is rather than who. I do not know the answers, I'm afraid. He is the most elusive, as I had said. The rest of them are easier to digest. I'd also ran into this Frederick. Professor, a handful of times. A very strange character who has too much emotion on their shoulders. It blinds their judgment. But a fractured mind cannot be healed. He is a broken man in more ways than one.
Well, that sounds like a good start.
Sarah's just
Maybe-
looking at you, incredulous, like, what? Wow, in what way?
Well, we have someone who is prepared to fight and knows people who are prepared to fight, and they have information, and we have information apparently. So we're in a better situation than I think you and I thought.
True. That's true.
Question is, how does Thorn feel?
Well, right now, she's still in that sort of shocked state, but still kind of emotionless. But once Caspian started talking about, how Saren does his dealings, sort of like tears started forming down the sides of her face. But she's still emotionless in this just state of shock. It's like her heart stopped in her chest and she can't get it to move again. She's just fully stopped.
You see, he looks over to Thorn, and Caspian has his expressions are very stoic, very plain. He hardly ever smiles or frowns. But when he looks to you, you can see that his eyes soften slightly. I know you've probably heard this a lot, but I know exactly what you're going through. I was in the same place. Not in Siren's care, but in Oleana's. She committed vile acts, broke the conduct of human rights and law to do the most evil of experiments. My mind was warped. I'd seen things put into scenarios that twisted the very fabrics of what I understood were real and make-believe. The family in which I'd made in there, we were inseparable. You cannot change the past. It is already written. But you can change how those emotions feel. And I turned that pain into potential. I turned it into a drive. And that keeps me going. But you can never let it overtake your sense of morality. Otherwise, you find yourself in the same position as them, causing more harm than good. And you never want to see yourself as the monster. You never want to look in the mirror and see them as your reflection. But just know this pain doesn't always have to be pain.
I think Thorn She just looks at Caspian, tears still streaming down her face, and she just says, "He killed her. I can't go back. I want to go back, but he killed her." What am I supposed to do?
That is something you must find yourself. I cannot tell you how to feel. Just as your friend up there is going through a world of hurt, alone and isolated. No one can tell another how to feel.
Thorn, she just gets up and she slowly tries to find her way towards Van.
Okay.
Okay, brilliant. This is going swimmingly. So there's good news. Good and bad news. They want to kidnap Thorn. But Caspian said,
Well, hold on. Maybe I should stay down for this.
Okay, yeah.
Stay down for this.
It's okay, but I can keep going.
No, I'll be there in a second. But I'm just gonna listen in for a second. Just be like, okay, what the fuck's going on?
they wanted Diplor to do it. And Diplor basically said no. Which means no one's coming right now. And what Caspian says is right, they're trying to do this under cover of darkness. They're trying to do this in the shadows. They're not going to just knock on the door and go, hello.
Great.
Which means
Great. They're going to do it in a way we can't see coming. That's so much better. I agree.
It means we don't have to worry about a full frontal assault.
Yeah.
You said you had a friend.
Yes. Yes. Someone I used to know, or someone I do know. She told me she was going to be in town, possibly. So I need to see if she's in town.
Who is this?
Someone back from the capital. She's the one I report to. She's my direct superior, basically. That she's leaving town, at least Triton town, and coming to this town. But she's a big, she knows a lot of people. She's higher up than me, and that might be useful.
Yeah, that does sound like it might be useful. True.
If you're sure we can trust her.
Well, I trust her. I've known her for a long time. She's not just someone that I work with. No, I've known her for a lot longer than that.
If you say so. Anything else? Any other news?
Not really.
Okay, well, Thorn's gonna dip. She's gonna go. She's gonna go find Ben.
Okay.
Before we do that, Frey, I need you to stop making this fucking funny. I'm trying.
It's so funny.
No, you can't be with this.
I love
This is the definition of if Sienna's like in grief, but now's like in the stage of denial. He's like, it's fine, guys, it's fine. They want to die. It's all good.
Do this. It's all right.
His motto
Work
is
it out.
it's going swimmingly. I love that.
Good lord.
Thank God.
Penelope's just
So,
like,
yeah.
I'm fine, guys. I don't know what's your problem, but I'm
It-
good.
Well, it's his defense mechanism. Don't deal with it just by like, okay, ignore the shit that's just happened. Next.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
We're gonna
I
ignore
just-
that.
That
I
is
just
fair
love
enough.
that Fennel has like excellent memory, but emotional memory, it's like of a goldfish. He's just like, yeah, that's shit. That's what it is.
Not dealing with that right now.
Gotta put that one on the back burner.
Yeah, we're gonna put that in the bottom.
That's
and
gonna be a
we'll call that
doozy.
later.
He was talking to me through the wall. Oh my god, how cool!
Just gonna
That's
bottle that
crazy.
up, bottle it up, put that on a shelf. We'll drink that later.
But,
It's like, I look like my dad.
Like what? What?
Thorn, you are outside of the door to Ven's, where Ven is currently kind of hiding.
Mhm.
What do you do? Do you knock?
Well, Thorn's gonna listen for a second to see if
Mhm.
she's not gonna get fireballed whenever she opens the door. Yes, I mean it could happen.
What do you do then? Are you in this space?
He's still kind of curled up, breathing heavy, and I think at one point he would have like, in panic of thinking he can't breathe, like ripped off the choker he usually wears and like thrown it to the ground.
You just hear breathing on the other side. Maybe a little bit of sobbing mixed in, but no like walking around. Just you hear it's right against the door, like they're leaning against it.
I just open the door, they topple backwards, like, oh fuck, sorry. My bad. Thorn's gonna just give a soft knock. Just like, hey, open the door.
Just please leave me alone, Thorn.
If Sienna has taught me anything, you can't be alone right now. I want to be alone too, but we can't.
I'll come down in a second, just please.
I'm
Not
gonna
right
open
now.
the door.
He's immediately gonna scramble to get the choker back.
Mm-hmm. She's gonna walk in and close the door behind her. And she looks dead inside, really. But she faces Ven, just like,
Wait, is it still pitch darkness, by the way?
Yeah.
oh fuck, I didn't know that. My bad.
There's a little bit of light from the door, but yeah, not much.
Then, well, since Thorn is Mar, she'll use her sort of cantrip and create like a kind of like this. Her palm turns black, but it's like
Mhm.
this odd
Dark shadow light.
yeah.
Hmm.
Kind of like the that fucking dark saber from
Yeah,
Star
yeah,
Wars
yeah,
or
yeah.
whatever.
Mm.
Something like that.
And
Mhm.
copyrighted. Fuck.
Shit.
No more money for us.
Sorry. My bad, guys. Whoops. But she's not gonna like point it at Ven, but just to like find where she's going, find where he is, and she just closed the door behind them.
He's like nervously trying to put on the choker back.
So you saw something, right?
Look, I don't want to talk about this.
I don't want to talk either, but it's right at our door. It's gonna come busting in at any minute. So we might as well talk now. before we don't get the chance. Thorn's gonna. Ven's on the floor, yeah.
He stood up to grab the
Mm.
necklace choker
Yeah.
thing.
Um,
He is turned away from you the entire time. He's not facing you. And he's
Mhm.
kind of hiding his hands away as well.
Thorn's gonna kind of like circle him because she doesn't want to come up right behind him. And she just says, "They said they wanted to kidnap me. They were trying to get Diplo to do it. Kind of trusted him, if I'm being honest. It was stupid, but I trusted him. Now, I don't know what's gonna happen. If they have Diplo, then I'm fucked. Saren won't stop finding me. He will look to the edge of this earth, and if I'm dead, he'll bring me back. I know he will. There's nothing I can do. And it hurts. I'm terrified. But I can't just have Sienna. And I can't just have Thordain. And I can't have this new guy, whoever he is. And I can't have Fano. I feel so alone right now. And for some reason, I feel like you're the only person that understands that. If you want to push me away, then that's fine. You'll see me dead tomorrow. If he finds me that quick. Or you won't see me at all. But I'd at least want to get to know you more. I underestimated you. Just talk to me. I'm really bad at this. I don't know what else to say.
I said I would protect you. You are right. I know how it feels. But you don't understand me.
And help me understand. I can show you what he did to me.
Thorn, I care about you. And I understand that this is your way of trying to help me, but I cannot do this right now. Please understand.
Thorn, you can see that there's like. She wants to leave, but she also doesn't.
I'll
But
be there. I won't let him get to you. But right now, please, just give me a moment. What he did to you was horrible. But I cannot look at that right now. And you do notice his hand, do you?
And you can almost see, as your light is shining a dark hue, that the shadow which Ven gives off seems much larger than his own form, more hunched, more more infernal than his own features.
I'm gonna be outside the door. And I'll walk outside and close the door behind me. But I'm staying right there.
Mhm. With this, you begin to prepare a plan, and if there's nothing else you wish to discuss at the moment, we can end the session there.
I think it's best also to have Jack for
Yeah,
most of
Gotta-
these things.
gotta be here.
Yeah.
That might be a good idea.
Oh, he's gonna have a
Yeah.
fun time listening
Just so
to
we,
this.
it doesn't come back and there's like a 30-page document of what has
Yeah.
happened.
Okay, so with that, with a somewhat downturn on the party, we will end the session there,
What the
and
fuck?
we'll pick it up next
What
time.
the fuck?
Hey, look,
Uh-huh.
you decided to go and check it out.
We are level
Yeah.
5! We're level 5! What
Yeah.
the fuck?
When's the level up, Max?
These are level like 15 villains. What the shit?
15? That's cute. That's cute.
Yeah.
Well,
Oof.
whoever
Oh.
had Max smiles evilly at the camera on their bingo card, cross it off now.
We should actually do that. Get like max bingos.
That would be
You know
funny.
what's
Mentions
so funny?
dramatic backstory of player A. What's-
Yeah.
What's so funny is that almost every NPC that you start to introduce, like you know, like whatever, I'm like, oh fuck, Siren's there, and so I was thinking they're in the room, and I'm like, it's just me being superstitious. Nope, he's right there.
Nope.
It's fucking there. It's so fun because you guys might have not gone, you know? Like,
Yeah,
that could have been-
Next to that, I was like,
was.
He
Was
could have
Cassie
fucking
nearly-
taken
oh
me
boy.
there
I know.
of my own
Thor
free
nearly
will.
went
know.
there.
Oh,
I was
my
really
God.
hoping.
Oh boy.
I was really hoping to hear an angry Gil, just like, who the fuck left a message on the wall?
Yes.
which one of you
This
guys
was
said,
supposed to
"Fuck
have
it
my
up"?
name out of it,
Ugh.
and I just want to be in the back all like,
You know what? You know what we need to do? You know, which allies we need right now, guys, who could save this whole thing? The fucking twins. We get them to write his name
No! Shut the fuck up!
on every single wall in bright neon and purple.
Please,
No, no. I'm out. No.
Hey, it could work.
The
you
one
never
thing that
know.
could make the situation worse.
hey, they would love it.
They
Just
will.
run around and spell
Just
Gil
give him to
everywhere.
Siren, he'd be baffled. He'd be fucking baffled.
We tell
If you
him
just
it's
gave
like
to Siren, just like, here, have these. Like, what is
These-
I've been sitting
Take
on that for
these.
so long, you know.
I-
I've been,
And
They-
no, you know what's fucked up? No, shut up. You know what's fucked up? Everybody. I was like, oh fuck, they're connected. Everybody was like, nah, you're being superstitious.
I know.
They were. You fuckers lied to me.
Well,
You
Okay, well, they're not
Arguably.
No,
they're not connected. They're
not.
about to be connected.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead of working together
Well-
on the off,
They've literally
just had
mentioned
to, like,
time,
people
you know,
like it.
and now they
there's
make
a whole
decisions.
team of them.
Well, they've said that Siren and
I
Frederick have
know.
worked quite a bit together, so
Yeah.
that was already established.
You fuckers.
They also said,
That
well, we don't
was
really want
not
to make
me,
a group.
though. That was not me.
You did not believe me. No, I said so many times Frederick and Siren are connected, and you're like, they're not connected.
As
You
far as
find
I
it.
knew,
Because
I did not
trying
make
to be
it connected.
optimistic.
I knew it.
Oh my
I
There's
fucking knew it.
there's so much more that you guys don't know yet. You could have found out in a very fucked up way. I kind of think that would have been worse though for your side.
Yeah, in the middle
Yeah.
of the fucking night, wake up to a fucking bag over our heads
No,
kind of
not
way.
that. There's
I-
something else. There's something worse for your characters. Like if you would have
What do
found that
you
out
mean there's
first.
something worse?
What,
just
what do you
saying.
mean? What
What
do
do
you
I'm
mean
just
by that,
saying.
Max? What do you
Why
mean
is
by
there something
that?
That was-
What do you
worse?
mean?
Just
there was a very specific small print in like quite a few of your guys' backstories where I went, well, I'm not directly doing anything to them, but you know, I'm.
What do you mean?
indirectly- Well, we'll
What do
just
you
have to
mean?
find out.
He's
We'll have to
fucking
find
killer.
out together.
He's-
I have to go read the fine
I
print.
think I know what you mean, because he
Maybe.
mentioned something about Ben's family, which
Mm-mm.
I'm gonna fucking kill him.
Me just
Time to
looking
look.
at Cassie.
Oh no!
I
Don't you
could-
dare!
I could
Don't
kill
you
you. right now.
dare.
I could kill you.
Ugh.
I
I'm
know
so
anything.
glad I
could
killed off
kill
my
you.
mom.
And what the fuck do you
I'm just
mean he's an
currently
alien?
glad that I.
What do you mean he's an
left alone my
alien?
mother.
I didn't say I
Also-
wanted to be an alien. I was like, he's just a regular human fucked up guy. Fuck.
No, he's an alien.
Apparently.
Also,
well,
it's very
alien
scary
or like
that
a
Horriban.
dimensional traveler.
He's a legal alien.
It's scary. It's scary to me that Caspian has implied that he's been after this guy for 20 years and he hasn't found him.
Yeah.
That's not good. That's not fucking good, okay? 20 years!
Mm-hmm.
One of the most powerful NPCs we ever met during the entire last campaign, and he hasn't found that guy in 20 years.
That's
Yeah, he's
when you
real.
got alien shit.
He's
and
losing
he's
his
like
touch.
magic. He's got no chance.
Yeah, true.
Fuck.
Got
What are
no
you gonna say,
chance.
Robbie?
Fuck me.
Cassie, I
Yeah,
love you.
I agree.
love you, Cassie. But you
Uh-huh.
said the most
Mhm.
possible worst things in a row to Ben. You said the worst thing you could have possibly told him.
Probably.
Like
Don't worry about your
back
scars.
to
I have
back.
scars too. Let me show you. Don't think about your scars. Look at
I
mine.
was trying to bond. Thorn doesn't know
No,
how to do that.
I love that. Though.
Especially
I
the
fucking
bit
love
of
it.
like, you'll see me dead tomorrow.
Oh yeah,
Like
no.
if you push
Yeah,
me
that was-
away. That
She's
That's not how
good.
you do
I'm
that.
not, you fucked
He's
up
not
a little.
Jesus.
Oh,
Guys,
Frey, the fucking stealth check, man.
Oh my god.
Oh.
The only time you had to roll like a good stealth check, like the rest of them were like questionable. That one where you were listening in. Oh,
He
my
rolled
God.
a
It's like I
13!
didn't try filing because otherwise all of them would have been like, what the fuck?
What would have
Yeah,
happened
oh
as
my
well,
God.
like just to kind of like show behind the scenes, if Ven wasn't there, if Ven, you didn't go there at all, it would have just been Fennell and Gil having this kind of conversation. Frederick wouldn't have been involved in what happened next, but he would have tried to get a visual on you, and he was going to like touch the wall, still talking, and then get a proper look at you, which would have been very, very cinematic.
How would he
but-
had got a look at me?
Frederick decided to be
Well, the
a
thing is-
man baby and scream and cause a scene.
Well, the thing is, we
Yes.
know that Gil can like deteriorate stuff. He did it in the alley, and he did it to Diplor's mask.
True.
True.
Yeah.
He could have
Yeah.
done that
Oh yeah,
twice.
yeah.
Yeah, great.
Time to,
I love
time to
the
keep
one
a
of
few
the-
more steps away from Gil.
Somebody said in the chat during the session, "Is this D&D or a horror movie role playing?" I think that was the conversation during with Ven and Frederick. I think that was
Honestly,
the-
I was half expecting to see that fucking priest that like we're going after in the fucking room with them, because that one was cherry on top. Like
Just,
that
you
was
know,
kinda
4
fun.
out of 5s. You know?
Yeah.
Look at one more. Put one more in there.
And Robbie,
not?
when as soon as you said that I'm gonna cast the spells that he taught me, I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake, here we go.
What? You didn't teach him those.
No,
spells?
but you're following his trail, right? So he's in tune with magic. He's stronger than like he lets off. So it's
Well, I mean, he didn't teach him detect magic because he couldn't.
yeah. But you know,
But yeah, I get it.
Fuck.
I'm just wondering how the
Jesus
fuck he
Christ.
saw through the skies, but okay.
Now I'm just thinking. I can't help but
Secrets.
thinking what would have happened.
Oh,
if
you mean
Diplor had
secrets?
gotten-
He saw you through walls. How are you not questioning that bit?
Well,
Oh, okay,
I'm not
because you
gonna
know
say
what that was
anything.
about. Got it.
there is a specific
I-
magic that Frederick is proficient in.
yeah.
we may-
fucking
Is it
being rolled.
divination?
We'll see.
Bitch is what
He's
it's.
a bitch magic. And on
I
that
just want to
bombshell,
point out.
we're gonna end
I
this
just want to
session.
point out that in the one campaign, I decided to write a almost completely trauma-free backstory. All other people in the campaign are just like,
Well,
Sorry,
somebody had to fill in.
Lily, wait your
What?
turn.
Yeah,
What?
wait.
What the hell?
Leave my turn.
Wait your
Leave my
turn.
turn
No,
on you.
everybody's gonna have
All
a turn.
right, before everyone here has a fucking panic attack.
Everybody's gonna have a turn, unfortunately, for at least 3 events is happening all at once.
See you next time for more panic and stress. Bye.
Oh,
More
geez.
fucking stress.
Bye.
Love the weekend.
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
You make some great songs. See ya.
Yeah, they-
Oh
Bye.
god.
Oh, shit.